YouTube as well as, yes, we're all live. So with that, let me just simply remind everybody, this is a continuation of the meeting from the 28th, which was disrupted by a technological problem, we think probably caused by some of the storm activity. And we are bringing the matters forward from that meeting. I guess the first order of business, after I've now called the meeting to order at 7:04, would be for the clerk to please call the roll.
Correct. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Beta,
Here.
Councilor Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Cassett,
Here.
Councilor Lindell,
Here.
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth,
I'm here.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I think the next thing we need to clarify, and there's been a question or two asked already about the agenda, is how it was advertised, and then apparently the Dalkia item was not included when it was posted for this week. And so Marcos, maybe you and or the city clerk can give us some advice on what our options are. I had expected, frankly, that since we suspended the meeting, we would simply return to where we had left off. But we could use some legal advice on what our options are.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. The Open Meetings Act basically has a provision for reconvening a meeting when the length of a meeting or other circumstances forces a recess and causes the meeting to be continued on to a subsequent day. And so really, it's best to think of today's meeting as a continuation of the prior noticed meeting. Nothing could be added, for example, to this agenda that was not previously already noticed. And so it is now my understanding that one of the items in the original meeting, the Dalkia item that you mentioned, has not been or was inadvertently included in the posted notice for today. I don't think that's a legal impediment. I think that the governing body could choose to amend the reconvened notice to be consistent with the prior meeting notice, which did comport with all of the advance requirements of the Open Meetings Act. But I have reread the statute and the provision on reconvened meetings and consulted the Attorney General's Open Meetings Act compliance guide. And I do think that because this meeting is technically merely a continuation of the previously appropriately noticed meeting, the governing body does have the discretion to amend the agenda to correct the inadvertently left off item. And I think this would also address the question that Councilor Villarreal posed. Well, maybe that didn't happen in open meeting. I also understand that there is on tonight's meeting, it indicates that there is a time during which there would be comments or communications. And that time may no longer be appropriate if it was simply copied from the prior meeting. Again, the governing body could move to amend the agenda to address any misinformation about the time that an evening session would begin, for example.
So one possible motion that we could consider would be to simply return to the agenda that was advertised for the Wednesday night meeting, pick up where we left off and go forward as if we were, as you said, simply resuming the meeting that had been suspended. And that would take a motion to move to that prior agenda.
That is correct.
Okay. I suppose what we need is a sense of the governing body and what the options are that people would feel most comfortable with going forward, and taking into account Attorney Martinez's legal advice. Councilor Vihil Coppler, you have your hand up. Councilor Romero Worth and Councilor Cassett in that order.
Thank you. I wanted to just remind the governing body that I had made a motion and it was seconded to approve the item with regarding Delkia, and we never acted on that. So we were right in the middle of that. And so my question is, can we put a motion, as Mr. Martinez says, above that motion that we were in? And move to that discussion after that, or what is proper?
Mr. Martinez, is there I think the question is in terms of establishing the agenda and then establishing the motion that was on the floor for the discussion of the Dalkia item. How do we resolve which comes first, the agenda or the prior motion, considering the item that was on the floor when we had to suspend?
I suspect not even Roberts has a solution for this particular question. I would think that because the motion had not been acted upon, it failed for basically a lack of action by the governing body, and it wasn't due to any fault of the governing body, but because of these technical limitations that the city was experiencing. I would think that the governing body could resume the question that was interrupted if they wanted to, or take up the new issue with respect to the agenda.
Well, given the fact that the item that Councillor Vihel-Coppler had made the motion on was Dalkia, and we need to establish that it's appropriate to have that in front of us by reverting to the prior agenda, that may solve the chicken and egg problem.
Well, then my question would be, I'm not sure I'm in agreement that the item died. But if we go back to that, then I think we should carry on where we left off. We had just begun the discussion on the measure.
Let's see what the rest of the governing body says, but I'm in complete agreement with you, Councillor, that if we're resuming where we left off, we left off with the Dalkia item. The slight wrinkle is that particular item was inadvertently not copied onto the agenda that was pasted and put forward. So that's hence the reason to go back to the prior agenda as our basis for moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Councillor Romero Worth, you have a comment, some suggestions, ideas?
Did the city attorney's office have something else? I heard.
Mr. Martinez, was there an addendum to your comments?
I don't believe I have anything more to add at this time. If I've missed a question, I'd be happy to try to address it.
So I'm trying to remember what we did. Didn't we move to postpone to a date certain? And maybe the city clerk can help.
May I add, my motion, and I made it, was to recess
Right,
to a date certain, which was today.
right. It wasn't postponed. You're absolutely correct. It was to recess so that we could.
Okay, right. So so with that in mind, I don't think that, I think that what we're just, to the point that was made earlier, I don't think we acted on that motion. I wouldn't think that it fails. I think we just put another layer on top of it, and now we're coming back into session, and the understanding was we'd pick up where we left off, which was in the middle of the Dalkia conversation. But it sounds like we're being advised that we should make a motion, and I am prepared to do that if you're ready for a motion.
I think the advice of the city attorney's office was we needed a motion to revert to the prior agenda, and then we can pick up where we left off. So if you're in the mood to make such a motion, I would entertain.
So I would move that we pick up the agenda where we left off last Wednesday, July, what was the date?
28.
28.
Right.
starting with the Dalkia contract.
Second,
So we have a motion and a second to resume where we were using the agenda from last Wednesday night. We have another hand up from Councilwoman Villarreal. I would turn the floor over to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what's confusing to me about that, about picking up where we left off with Dalkia, is that last week's meeting did not include Councilor Garcia and my amendment, and it's still not loaded in PrimeGov. So there's no opportunity. There's a whole week that folks didn't see Dalkia item on here. So therefore you haven't seen the amendment. And I just think that that's a waste of time for all of us having to have that sent to us via email. I'm not even sure how to address that, because there was aspects of that that we needed to address in this meeting as it related to the phasing pieces and the assessments that were going to be needed that we all agreed upon in the last meeting related to Dalkia. So I'm just wondering how that's going to be folded into the mix if we're going to pick up Dalkia tonight.
Is that, I'm not entirely sure. Are you asking the city clerk or the?
Probably the manager. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Was there a question? Was this amendment in the packet last Wednesday night? No, it was not. Okay. That was my, I don't recall seeing it. So there was an amendment, but it never got loaded into the PrimeGov documentation for this packet.
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
The amendment that Councilwoman Villarreal and myself had to do secondary should have been in amendment number 1. And I think that was the whole confusion. And when we brought it to, I believe it was the city attorney's, brought it to her attention, nothing happened of it. She brought forth that, oh, you can't bring an amendment forth if it doesn't pertain to the title. Councilwoman Villarreal said this absolutely relates to the title. We never, besides that, there was never any conversation in regards to why the direction that the governing body gave to the Public Works Director was not included in amendment number 1 as provided the guidance by the governing body on our May 26th meeting. And so I think that is a question. If it should be answered tonight, absolutely. But I mean, as we proceed, I want to make sure that's clear that this amendment was left out at the direction of staff. It was, and then Councilwoman Villarreal and I had to rush to get it back in, and it still didn't get back in. And a week later, we still don't have it in.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. On this point, from what I am hearing from, I believe, Mr. Martinez and the city clerk, is that I don't believe we can add anything to the agenda that was not there on Wednesday. So we wouldn't be able to add this amendment anyway. And so it would be something that we would discuss as part of the discussion of the item. Am I understanding kind of the rules of how this recess is working correctly?
Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Councilor Cassett, that is correct. The meeting tonight is a continuation. It is as if this were a long recess. And in fact, that's part of the motion, is to recess and reconvene the meeting to a date certain. And that is the purpose of this meeting. It is to continue the meeting which was begun and properly noticed for the 28th. And so the agenda simply carries over from the prior meeting, and no additions are permitted in the same way as additions to that agenda that were unable to satisfy the advanced meeting requirements, the 72-hour notice requirements for the Open Meetings Act.
Okay. Okay, Counselor Garcia, I saw you shaking your head at me, and I want to clarify, I'm not saying that that doesn't mean that we can't talk about the amendment, but, and that I think, we should, and of course, we can still take action if we so choose to delay until we do see this amendment. But from what I'm hearing, that the packet materials as they stood on Wednesday need to be the same packet materials that we are reviewing and seeing tonight, is my understanding about this. So again, not saying that we couldn't discuss the amendment, but it doesn't sound like that is a reason to potentially not see this, because we do need to utilize the same packet materials. And that, of course, is part of the discussion that we can have going forward tonight if we choose to hear this item. So, thank you. That was all.
Thank you. We have Counselor Garcia and Counselor Vihel-Coppler, and we have a motion on the floor as well about whether to go back to that prior agenda and work on Dalkia starting up. So Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate Mr. Martinez's interpretation, but we can add any amendments throughout the duration of this meeting as we want. We don't have to include an amendment in the packet. I'm not saying that we can't hear Dalkia because of that. My concern is that it wasn't created and provided to the governing body and the public in sufficient time. I mean, any of the other agenda items, let's say Dalkia aside, we can create an amendment to whatever it is. There's nothing prohibiting us from that. So there would be nothing prohibiting us from hearing Councilwoman Villarreal's and myself's amendment for tonight. So I think I want to make that clear, or I guess get that clarification from Mr. Martinez, because we can add, am I misunderstanding the process? We could add any amendment. We don't need to have it on the agenda, so to speak.
Mr. Martinez, is he reading it correctly? That it doesn't have to be in the packet to be brought up as an amendment?
That's right. For example, if there were an item between Google and the city tonight, and something was included in the packet, and there was a desire on behalf of the public body to make an amendment, motion, the body member can move to amend some aspect of that item tonight, and if there's support, the governing body can consider it and propose it to the other entity. And so, yes, to answer your question, it is possible to amend items on the agenda tonight through the normal motion process.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Point
Garcia?
of clarification, Mayor.
Yes, Counselor Romero-Worth.
So I think we need to make a distinction here. What Mr. Martinez has just said is true with regard to legislation. What we are talking about here tonight is a contract. And the reason why this contract is in front of us again is because we asked for changes at the end of May, and we and staff needed to go back and talk with the company about those amendments to make sure that they were in agreement with them and to come up with the language that was acceptable to their side. So I think that an amendment is we're in a different field here with a contract. I would also state that I think we gave direction for what was supposed to be in this contract amendment, and we can argue, and I think we will argue, about whether the language that is brought forward to us accurately reflects what everyone was thinking. And there may be a disagreement about what the understanding was. And I do think that's the point of contention here.
Councilors, I think we should hold off debating the merits of a potential amendment until we get an agreement on the agenda. And if we get the agenda in front of us, then we can pick up the presentation on Dalkia, and there'll be plenty of time to discuss what is or is not germane to the item in front of us. But so far, we haven't even resolved the question about which agenda are we going to work from. So if there's a specific concern about whether it's okay or not okay to go back to the agenda as posted for July 28, let's focus on that for a moment, because that's the motion on the floor. We can once we, if in fact we vote to go to that item, then this question about what is or isn't a germane amendment becomes part of the motion that we could entertain at that time. Counselor Vito Coppler, you were next in line.
Okay, then I call for the question.
Okay. The question having been called, is there, I'm very bad at calling for the question. Does that get seconded or is that automatically voted on? I never remember this one. What's the Roberts rules say about calling for the question?
I think it does need a second and it's non-debatable.
Non-debatable, but needs a second. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Counselor Cassett has seconded it and it is non-debatable, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Could we have the motion read, please?
Yes, to revert to the prior agenda and pick up where we left off on July 28th, 2021, which was the Dalkia item. So the motion was made by Councilor Romero-Worth with a second by Vito Coppler to approve that agenda. And then we had the call to question from Councilor Vito Coppler, which was seconded by Councilor Cassett.
So
Thank you.
first we're voting on calling the question. Then we'll vote on the motion, presumably. So could the clerk call, unless if anybody who hasn't spoken gets one bite at the apple. So if anybody wants to speak to this, now's the time, if you have not already. If there is nobody who hasn't spoken and wishes to, then it's time for the clerk to call the roll on this motion.
Yes, I'm calling the question, the roll
Hold on.
to call the question.
Mr.
Councilor
Mayor.
Rivera, yes, Councilor Rivera.
So I know we jumped around a little bit at the end of our last meeting, so executive session is on this current agenda as well as the last one, I assume.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. We called for the question. There's no discussion. We have to move to a vote. Then I think Councilor Rivera can ask his questions.
Well, actually, under the calling for the question, if somebody hasn't spoken before to this item, they have one opportunity to so do before we vote, if I remember the rules correctly.
I just heard
it's
there was no
just-
discussion.
And unless you
just-
have not spoken. Go ahead, Councilor Rivera, I apologize.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just to address those items that we skipped around on, and one of them was executive session.
So I think let's resolve this vote, and then we will ascertain what the actual order of business would be in reverting to the prior agenda.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero-Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vito Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
now,
Now we have the main motion in front of us, which, as I understand it, is to revert to the agenda of last Wednesday night. And as Councilor Rivera noted, we did skip around a little bit in trying to make our way through the technological glitch. But the proposal that I understood to be in front of us was to resume where we had left off, which was specifically with a presentation from Director Wheeler. She was in the middle of it, about the Dalkia contract. And then to move forward from that point. Mr. Martinez, is that a good reading of the proposal in front of the governing body?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So that would be how we would proceed. And we may, in fact, Councilor Rivera, to your point, we may have some things as we move forward that we're encountering that we took out of order, but we would try our best to revert to regular order.
Mr. Martinez, if we proceeded with executive session and then came back and put our meeting into recess, how would we handle that?
I'd like to ask the city clerk, did you want to address that question, or were you?
yes, I can address that. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, believe the item that we still needed to address was item 7A. It was the action item coming out of executive session. So we wouldn't necessarily have to go back into executive session, but we would still need to take action on the executive session item. Does that provide clarification?
I don't know if the other members, I thought we had decided not to have a action item coming out.
Councilor Rivera, then could you restate your question, and I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability.
Again, in executive session, we decided to take no action on 15A, looking back on the previous agenda. So basically, I don't see the need for an executive session.
In other words, the agenda that we've readopted still says we're going into executive session, but in fact, it seems unnecessary given what we talked about last Wednesday night.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Rivera, I guess the way I would answer the question is to resume to the notion that this is a continuation of the last meeting. And so anything that the council addressed in the last meeting would not need to be readdressed this meeting. And also any decision not to hear a particular matter in open session, for example, likewise would not have to be heard tonight. So you don't have to redo what you've already done, in other words, but only pick up from where you left off.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe we had action on one of the items from Miss Ladd. Can you tell us which item that was, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that was item 10K. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, Councilor Rivera, that was item 10K. It was the request for approval of service agreement in the total amount of $1,444,526.87 to replace the Fort Marcy roof and skylights with First Mesa Construction. This was actually moved to the evening session. If we're continuing the agenda, it was to be heard in the evening session so that the amendment for the request that Councilwoman Villarreal did for the contract warranty be put into writing, which I believe Karen Gross did put that into writing. She is available for this meeting. And then when we resume the evening session, we can hear that item that was done in the previous agenda. That was the request and the motion.
I think the item that I was thinking about, and the other members can correct me if I'm wrong, I think was, again, based on the previous agenda, 11I, which was request to publish the public comment and approval of amendment number 2 to the 2019 annual action plan by Miss Ladd. I think she said that this had to be a notice of public hearing done before so that it would meet the timeframes required for her.
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, if I may. Yes, we did vote on 2 items for the notice of public hearing. Those are for other meetings, not for this meeting. And I believe the understanding was that any items we already took action on, we would not retake action on. So we did take action on that item and another notice to publish. I believe it was item I and J.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes. So we just would not
Thank
re-item those because we already took action on them.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Is that-
Counselor, for the clarification. Very helpful.
Yes, thank you, Councilor. I hope that provided the clarification necessary, Councilor Rivera.
Anybody else on the motion to revert to our agenda from last Wednesday night and where we stopped, which would have taken us back to the Dalkia item on the agenda? Other discussion? Other questions? Let us then call the roll.
Councilor Casa,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, so let's try to, for folks who are trying to follow at home, listening or watching, I want to try to clarify what we just did. We had an agenda last Wednesday night, and that agenda is the one we are resuming. And the city clerk will read the item as it appears in front of us so that everybody knows which item we're discussing. There are items on this agenda, as Councilor Rivera just pointed out, where we took action as we were trying to make our way through the technological problems. We knew there were some things we had to do last Wednesday night to get them cleared up in a timely manner. So those won't be taken up yet again. We won't go into another executive session, for example, to the point made earlier by Councilor Rivera. But we will be reading each of the items in front of us through the city clerk, so that we hope to make it clear to people who are following what the actual agenda looks like. We will pick up from the afternoon, and that means we will move through those items before we go to the evening agenda from last Wednesday night, just as if we were still proceeding with the agenda from where we left off last Wednesday. So I hope that helps if you're trying to follow this at home on TV or on radio or on the web. So with that, Madam Clerk, could you read the item that actually is where we suspended, recessed, where we were, so that there's clarity about what is in front of us, and then we will turn it back over to Director Wheeler.
Yes, Mayor, I will do so. And if there's any items that we come across that we took action on during the July 28th meeting, I am happy to read those captions and then note whether they were approved or any additional information if that's valuable to the public or to the governing body. So right now we are on item 10D. It was a request for approval of amendment number 1 to the Global Management Performance Contract, which is Munis contract number 32022498 with Dalkia Energy Solutions, LLC, for the City of Santa Fe streetlight conversion and maintenance to incorporate the specifications of the community guided lighting design. Director Regina Wheeler, our Public Works Department Director, is available for this item.
I'm sorry, I'm the one who's confused. Item 10B from last week.
I'm sorry, Mayor, 11D. 11D.
Okay, so for anybody who is following this at home, we're on the part of our agenda that is discussion and action items. And it is, I don't think it's 11B either.
D as in dog, Mayor.
Thank you. It's 11B, D as in David,
David.
or a D of your choice. Fine, thank you. Thank you for this was much easier when we were all in the council chambers, but we're doing it on Zoom. So Director Wheeler, you have the floor. Could you please make the presentation you started to make last week? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and governing body, for the opportunity to present this item tonight. I will share my screen to resume the presentation that we were looking at. Had it all queued up. Let's see, here it is. There we go. And then I do this. Okay, and then we are here to present the amendment number 1 to the Dalkia Global Management Performance Contract for the conversion of the city's streetlights to LEDs. This first part of the presentation reminds us of where we have been at every step of the way. The governing body has given us extra work and feedback to perform in this process, and we have done all of that. We'll definitely commit to doing the rest, continuing to do that, implementing the feedback. So we brought the contract originally on February 24th. We were directed to do a 3-month community guided design process to engage the community in multifaceted ways and giving us feedback on the lighting design. That was completed by May 26th and presenting to the governing body with a really much improved dark sky protective, very progressive, low Kelvin, low wattage design that's much more suitable to Santa Fe. And met the community input. And then we brought On May 26th, we brought the community guided design to the governing body, which was approved. And then now we are here with the contract amendment. At that time, we were given feedback to incorporate public engagement during the project implementation, and that is what is included in this contract amendment. So we very carefully reviewed the video to understand exactly what the direction was given, and Councilor Villarreal asked us to do design validation and community engagement and check-ins along the way. And so we have included all of those elements in this new implementation plan and the amendment. So the amendment includes the new design that was approved by governing body and continuous community engagement. So we'll, from the very beginning of each section, will
Director
be.
Mueller, Can
Oh,
you
I'm sorry. Yeah.
increase the view on that to
Certainly.
100%? It's very small. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Is that better? I could maybe do one more. Is that
Yeah.
better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So design validation will happen starting the very first week of each section. We'll be doing before and after drone footage and photometric analysis and colorimetry to make sure that the streets are getting lighted appropriately and that the lights are performing according to the design specifications. And we'll be providing that feedback to every week. The project team will meet and we'll be reviewing all of our feedback that we gather from the public via door hangers from residents on the recently converted streets. So we're actually getting feedback from people who are living next to the street lights and not in the county or Los Alamos or in other towns. The project website will be up and running as it is right now, actually available for input and feedback. And it is available now in English and Spanish, as will the door hangers be. And there will also be a phone number on the door hangers for people to give us feedback from day one of each section. And so we'll be asking 4 very actionable questions on the door hangers. We'll be asking if people are still experiencing fugitive light into their windows and need back shielding. We'll be asking them if they believe their neighborhood needs additional lighting or less lighting as we ongoingly manage this infrastructure in our city more closely and better than we have in the past. We'll be able to respond to these needs. And we'll also be asking community members experiencing streetlight installation whether they would support future dimming strategies, as we believe would be great for additional energy savings and night sky, dark sky protection. And we'll also be asking them their overall experience of the project. And then we'll be reviewing that feedback on a weekly basis and presenting reports every time the Public Works Committee meets to give them visibility into the feedback and the design validation exercises. And so we worked really hard to be very specific in implementing, including the direction that we were given. And you'll find all of this language in the amendment. So in a nutshell, this is sort of in a more graphic format, all the elements. So the website will have conversion plan and schedule, progress updates. It has a map, so you can take a look at your street and what the design is for your street. We'll be gathering feedback and we'll be doing design validation continuously as we move through the project. And last but not least, the schedule of the work now is, as you can see, we've divided the city up into segments, and we'll move from the segment 1, which is on the south side of town, to segment 2, which is more in the east side of town. These segments were designed to allow for the proper obstruction permits to be managed, for deconflicting with large events like Zozobra and Farolito Walk. So the entire installation will occur from September through the end of December of this year. And of course, as we're going through the project, it's very important that we operate safely and in compliance with all of our city rules and regulations, and the contract, of course. So there will be management of traffic, and there will be permits for any obstructions occurring as the trucks are moving along the street. We'll be doing commissioning and quality assurance. One of the other things we'll be doing on an ongoing basis as we're converting is working closely with P&M to convert each light to the new rate, because we pay a much lower rate as each light becomes an LED. So that's a big piece of the exercise, and Dalkia has experience with that from the Albuquerque project. And we'll be doing the measurement and verification plan to ensure that we have installed the design that's been approved by the governing body, and that we're experiencing the savings and performance of the lights that is expected. And that is the end of my presentation, Mayor, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, I do want to clarify the point that Councillor Vigil Koppler raised earlier, which is to the city attorney. Do we have the motion on the floor that was made from last week that was advanced at that time? I'm not a lawyer, but sounds reasonable that we would, since that was where we were when we recessed or stopped until tonight.
Mr. Mayor, I think that's a reasonable reading of the rules. Again, there's not really a provision on unanticipated interruption on a motion, rather than actions that die for lack of support, or motions that, for example, fail to realize a majority. It sounds to me like this is something that the governing body can take up again, or not, depending on your discretion.
Okay. I don't know, for the sake of simplicity, Councillor Vigil Koppler, if you want to make the motion again so that there's no ambiguity, I would entertain that.
All right, I move to approve the request for approval of amendment number 1 to the global management performance contract, etc.
Thank you. I don't remember who the second was last time. Madam Clerk, do you know?
Yes, Mayor, it was Councillor Lindell.
I would entertain a second from Councillor Lindell if she wanted to repeat herself.
Second.
So we have the same motion in front of us as if we had not suspended or recessed. So we are back where we were, with a motion in front of us to adopt this as it is before us. And with that, questions for the Director Wheeler, and I see a hand from Councilwoman Villarreal. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank staff for incorporating some of the things that we did talk about. There were amendments that were made to the contract, so I appreciate it. I think the sticking point that I had was that when we had the last meeting, I specifically talked about when we look at each phase, which is what you're calling segments, we do have to pause because there's a need to do that assessment and review based on the data that we get, the drone footage, and any of the community feedback. So although this didn't come in an amendment like legislation, this was really addressing that review and assessment period. And I'd like to hear from staff about how you're incorporating that, because I didn't see that, and I didn't agree that this was covering everything that I was that I had expressed in the May 26th meeting. So although we did talk about it, there were explanations given by staff, and I appreciate the time that you all took to be able to explain like how this would roll out, what are the things you were thinking of doing. But I did say, how are we then going to take the time to make sure that we're doing it right in each segment? So there was language that was drawn up that Councilor Garcia and I had put together, and it was really just to say and add a section for review and assessment period that was asking the contractor after each phase of the street conversion, because they are phases, even though they're going in segments, that we would pause. We said a minimum 2-week period. I don't know how long it'll take, but I do think that there needs to be some time to conduct a review and assessment of the street retrofit conversion based on those respective segments. And we didn't have any language addressing that. So I'd like to hear from staff how we are going to address that. And right now it's not addressed in the current language. So I think we need to add something to address that because there will be a need for taking a step back. And I realize we have this time that we're looking at to make these segments and the conversions happen seamlessly. But at the same time, I don't think you would want to go into a next segment and start changing out lights without understanding what we learned from that first segment retrofit. So I'll stop there and listen to staff about what your plan is and what we can do to change the language.
Director Wheeler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Villarreal. Yes, as with any construction project, once you have hired all the people that are going to be doing the construction and rented all the trucks and put equipment in the warehouse, it's a very expensive proposition to delay. There are definite costs associated with a demobilization and a mobilization of a construction project. And so what we did was we have designed this opportunity to take a step back and evaluate our project and progress ongoingly. So each section will take approximately a month to install. And so as we're gathering feedback from the very first day, that gives us weeks, actually about 3 weeks, say, to look at the feedback from the first week. We can look at the drone footage in the second week. We can present it to the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting in the second week. And so that still gives us, 2 weeks. We're still working on section 1 while we're reviewing the design verification and the community feedback. The other thing that would be helpful to remember is that we will have all the equipment in a warehouse. We have approved the design and the equipment will be ordered. We've done photometric analysis and make sure that this design that the governing body approved does meet all the specifications, which are quite a long list associated with this project. And so the question, and the feedback that we're asking for is actionable. Do you want, back shielding? That we can help somebody with. But changing the lighting design midstream in the project is not something we can do. But we do believe that we built in good time to really review the feedback from the public and review the photometric analysis and the drone footage.
So the actionable piece you're saying is the only thing that would change based on the assessment after the conversion takes place in one of the segments is shielding, and what did you say?
It's the back shielding. We're also asking them for their overall experience. So if there's problems with, maybe if they feel as if we're not acting safely, or we're blocking the road for too long, or we're making too much noise or something like that, we could definitely respond to people's feedback on their overall satisfaction with our performance in the conversion. And then we're gathering data about the dimming strategies that we've all discussed, and as well as possible subsequent projects to add or remove lights as communities might desire.
Well, that's helpful. I mean, I think back shielding will come up, dimming strategies would come up, potential removal or addition to lights that folks will realize once those changes are needed. I just want to know, I just don't want it to be an exercise of just saying we did a checkbox where we did the drone footage, but nobody really gets to see it. I mean, I was really hoping that we would actually get an update to the governing body each time the segments were done, not just Public Works, because we're not all on Public Works. So I wanted it to understand after these phases that we would be able to see how things are shaping up. And the drone footage, when you all used that as an example, was very helpful. So I think it would be helpful to be able to have that and present it to us as a governing body to see how things are going in terms of your review of each segment. So I don't feel like the language is really there yet. And that's why there was a need, I feel like, to have a review and assessment period section added. And although I'm not wedded to the exact language that we were suggesting with the attorneys, I still think that there's pieces around the segments and phasing and taking a pause, because you're going to have to. And a pause doesn't mean that you shut down the facilities and nothing happens. until the next. I just feel like there's a need to be able to take a moment to actually even let us know how things are going with the governing body and the public.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Follow-ups? Counselor Romero Worth and then Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. The way I understand this is it's a fluid process. The word pause scares me because of what has been cited earlier about cost and getting this project finished. And I think what's happening here is it's fluid to take in the feedback and to make improvements on the ground as we're going through it. And everything we've heard is to make improvements, is to hear about people's experience with the work teams, to add shielding. I've also heard, and I have actually complaints now from constituents who have lights shining into windows in their homes, bedroom windows, and they don't like that. So, this feedback could provide as we go feedback that, hey, that the light is shining directly into my bedroom. Can you, put a shield up? Can you move the direction of the light? Can you fix that as we go and while we have the work crews on site on the ground? And so, and again, we've heard we could, long-term, we may be able to add or subtract poles and, make other adjustments to make sure the quality of light is the way we want it. And so I don't know that there needs to be a pause. And in fact, the word pause scares me. So that's all I have, Mayor. Just thought I'd offer the way I'm thinking about it.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to echo the sentiments by my colleague, Councilwoman Villarreal, in the sense that I think when we get these reports, they should be given to the governing body, not to the Public Works and Utilities Committee. I think that will allow for the entire governing body to be able to understand where we are at with the process. That way, any questions come up from constituents and they can have those answers in real time in that sense. And then that way, the broader public can participate in our governing body meetings and get their updates similar to the way we get our Midtown updates. So I would like for us to change that language in the contract from Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting to the governing body at minimum.
Can I make a point of clarification, if you mind? Director Wheeler, is that language in the contract or is that in your proposed operational scheme for implementing the work?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't believe it is in the contract to make a presentation to the Public Works and Utilities Committee. That is what we're committing to do. And we really felt like since the Public Works and Utilities Committee is really the oversight of it, this is quite fine resolution oversight of a construction project that's very uncommon. And we are completely committed to transparency and responsiveness. And we just thought Public Works Committee, it also meets more often. And so it gives us that opportunity to respond and be more transparent. And I know Councilor Villarreal, we could share, the information will also be shared on the project website. So it'll be available not just to governing body members, but also to the public. So no, Mayor, that language is not in the contract. That is part of our operationalization of the feedback.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear because Councilor Garcia had mentioned he wanted to amend the contract and I didn't believe it was literally in the contract. Back to you, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the clarification because I think that is exactly what Councilwoman Villarreal and myself were intending with, with the amendment that was not included that we had. So I do strongly believe that we need to have this in the contract. This is an agreement between the city and the entity that is going to be installing these lights. So I think there's nothing wrong with us including it in the agreement where we ask the entity that is installing such equipment to provide an update to the governing body. So I stand by my words, an amendment to the contract. I think this brings up, a bigger issue that we talked about in the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting in regards to when the governing body, in particular the city council, gives directive to staff. And it's my assumption that we should do everything we can to work together. And in this instance, staff did not work with us. Staff actually took it upon themselves to not follow that directive and did not include the language as requested in our May 26th meeting. I think to say that Councilwoman Villarreal's request in that meeting was taken into these amendments, that is absolutely not true. We read through the amendment in our Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting, and it was obvious that that wasn't true. So my colleagues in the Public Works and Utility Committee meeting said, put that forth in amendment. If that was the request, then put it forth in an amendment. And that is what we did. And I think that is where, again, it's concerning that we have to jump through these hoops when we're just doing the duty that we're tasked with as elected officials and trying to create public policy. And when staff doesn't follow the wishes of the governing body, it to me is very concerning. I think, the precedent that's being set here, whether it's this or, there's been other instances where staff hasn't wanted to take the directive of the governing body. I think, most recently you've had where we had to develop a resolution to get COVID-19 updates. I mean, we shouldn't have to pass resolutions to work together. To me, that's being counterproductive. To have the interpretation of the city attorney to say that, well, staff they're not legally binded to follow resolutions. Well, that defeats the spirit of the resolution. And to me, then again, as I asked her that May 26th meeting, then or our Public Works and Utility Committee meeting, what is the authority of the governing body? Because if we can ask and staff can say, well, thanks, but no thanks, then that's a $1 million question. Then what's the role of this governing body? So I guess I got a question, and this is for you, Mr. Mayor. Can you help me understand why staff wouldn't follow the direction of the governing body?
Well, Counselor, I'm not sure I can answer your question because I'm not sure I agree with the premise. What I saw was a very serious effort. And by the way, I don't agree with your assessment of the COVID updates either. There was no effort, nor was there a discussion at any time about the staff not bringing COVID information forward. So you've kind of misportrayed that situation. Here, what we had was a sense of the governing body about how to get in community engagement and feedback as the process was being rolled out. What we've heard from Director Wheeler and echoed by Councilor Romero Worth is a practical application of that desire and a concern that if the literal word pause were to be implemented, given the fact that none of us on this governing body that I'm aware of is an engineer or a project manager by trade, that really, if you literally implemented a pause, we would be micromanaging the project in a pretty unproductive way. And yet, perhaps there is, what we heard from Director Wheeler, a very sensible model for responding to the wishes of the governing body to provide regular, ongoing, detailed engagement and improvements to the implementation of the project going forward. Taking, as I saw from that slide that we had from Director Wheeler, the direct quotes from the meeting, as Director Wheeler said, they listened and watched the video and did everything they thought was responsible to manage the project in a way that would meet the directives and wishes of the governing body without putting things in the way that would prevent a smooth and economically viable and valid way of implementing the project. So I think the premise, I guess you and I, in good faith, simply have a difference of opinion on the premise, but I'd be interested if anybody else from the governing body would like to weigh in on Councilor Garcia's question, because I think it speaks not just to me, but it speaks to the overall sense of the governing body and the reflection of that in the presentation from Director Wheeler.
Well, I appreciate the feedback, Mr. Mayor. And since we're on the topic of quotes being used, and I did this in our Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting, just because it's good to reference back what happened in that May 26th meeting. So I as well went back and reviewed the meeting. And so if you go back into the meeting, it was a long meeting. I mean, you go deep into hour 6, minute 34, second 28. And this is where the dialogue begins. And so please bear with me, because I want to go with you through the dialogue in regards to what was requested, and then refer back to what was implemented in the plan. And to me, that's where I think the request was not met in the plan. And so with that, it starts off with Councilwoman Villarreal stating, from what I understand, my requirement to do a phase-by-phase approach with the pause between the phases so that we can do a before-after analysis. What's the next requirement for approval that we would be able to add that language? Then City Attorney McSherry says, I think we will be bringing forward an amendment that will incorporate this lighting plan, so the amendment can also address other portions of the contract. It would be a good idea, I think, to get this in writing to figure out what section of the contract it goes and any language we can all have in front of us, and so that Delkia knows what they are agreeing to. Then Councilwoman Villarreal states, yeah, I think it needs to be explicit, and I was trying to figure out the best language for tonight. But you are saying it's not this phase as part of the lighting plan, but the phasing and next steps, whatever form that comes in. You said a resolution. Then City Attorney McSherry states, a resolution I was speaking of would be if we wanted to ask for a dark sky consultant or something like that to set up new standards for dark sky, or a proposal for that. I think we can do the amendment all at once. I think that Regina was planning to do was put forth an amendment incorporating the lighting design if adopted tonight. This isn't a final vote on the contract amendment. That needs to be prepared, but the contract amendment could include other things as well. So it will essentially be amendment number 1, that the contract that's named here, and it would include the lighting design. And I think Regina and Delkia need to look at other areas of the contract that speak of timing of the phasing and the type of thing. And then we would need to insert it in there. I'm not sure off the top of my head where it needs to go. Then Councilwoman Villarreal states, okay, so in that case, what's the timeline for us to get that section back to us? Or is that approving the final contract? I didn't mean to say resolution, but what's the process? What are we going to receive the next time we talk about this? Then Director Wheeler states, an amendment to the contract that will include the equipment change and the brand new implementation plan, because the implementation plan outlines what section of town we would do at exactly what date and how long. So I think would be a good place to hold the idea of gathering feedback as we go. Okay, per phase you mean, per phase, correct. And what's the timeline to get that amendment? We'll be developing it. I thought we would go through the committee council process, so probably back to governing body in a month and a half. Okay, and will it go through committee? I thought then, sorry, that was Councilwoman Villarreal. Director Wheeler, I thought, yes, we should. Yes, that seems to be appropriate. We do have the crunch on getting it installed, but we built the time in to get that amendment through the committee council process. Then Councilwoman Villarreal, I don't want to be wordsmithing so much in the committee process, so I'd like the language to be in the amendment you were talking about, and then we can make adjustments as needed. Thank you, that's all I have. Then Councilwoman Romero Worth, so just to be clear, we don't need to add this direction in this motion. Then Mayor Weber, that's what I'm hearing from the city attorney. Councilwoman Romero Worth, all right, just checking, thank you. So with that, that was the conversation where Councilwoman Villarreal had put in her request asking for the pause and getting the assessment and feedback. And then I think in our Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting, Director Wheeler said, well, we reviewed the tape. That wasn't the request. And so I went back and reviewed the tape. That was the request that was made. And I think it was also stated in Public Works and Utilities that because it wasn't in the motion made, that's why directive wasn't followed. Again, do we need to now make everything out in a motion through an ordinance? I mean, to me, when is it going to stop in that sense? And so I think it gets me back to the question of how are we supposed to work together when we as a governing body put forth our requests and then those requests aren't honored? And I mean, tonight is a pure example of this. I mean, we had even sent in our amendment to the amendment last week, and it still wasn't acted upon. And we even had the extension of the meeting. So again, it begs the question, why are the city council's requests not being honored? And I think that's just a broader question. I don't have a particular person, but I think we all need to figure that out, because I think we're really putting into question the authority of the city council. And I think it's obvious that the executive's not stepping in to protect that that duty that the city council has. I do have a couple questions, and for clarification, Ms. Wheeler, we talked about shielding. Through the shielding, is that still going to be the responsibility of Delkia at no additional expenses to the customers, to the constituents, to the citizens of Santa Fe, and not the city of Santa Fe? Is Delkia going to cover all those expenses?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you for the question. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that clarification. And then another question on dimming capabilities. And is that still part that it was part of the plan earlier as mentioned, but I want to make sure that, again, that's at no additional cost to the city or the citizens.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, on the Delkia, the city-owned lights, that's correct.
So can you clarify? You said the Delkia-owned lights. What does that mean?
Her city-owned lights are being converted by Delkia. So yes, it's correct. On the city-owned lights converted by Delkia, there's no additional charge for the smart nodes for the dimming capability. Okay,
thank you so much. And then lastly, I was a little confused because on page 8, paragraph 1, it talks about NMDOT roadways. And I just want to make sure that on NMDOT roadways, we're not going to install any 4,000 Kelvin lighting.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Garcia, that's correct.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate it. With that, no other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And I see Councilor Cassett's hand is up. You have the floor, Councilor Cassett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First, I would like to address Councilor Garcia's earlier point to feeling that requests from council are not honored. I don't have that experience. But I also feel that last time I said something, you accused me of being passive aggressive. So I'm going to be pretty clear here. I don't think the way that you are addressing our staff is appropriate. I don't think the way that you frequently address our staff is appropriate. And so maybe looking at some of the different tactics, because I frequently find that I work with staff very closely to figure out what it is that I'm looking to achieve, but also understanding that they have an expertise that I really don't. And I apologize. I know I probably sound a little upset, but I do find it frustrating because I just see how hard staff works all the time. And I think that it is very important that we honor that. And I really do believe that staff is trying to do the best that they can. So I think that that's crucial, is really looking at how do we bring in their expertise to look at our goals? And I believe that that is what Director Wheeler was trying to communicate here, understanding that there is this desire to have this ongoing evaluation of this project, but also understanding from her expertise and her, you know, we've charged her, she's the director, or we have not, the mayor has charged her as the director of this department, to really take on these things and to do them as efficiently, as financially responsibly as possible. And so when I hear Director Wheeler say, listen, this is the medium I've been able to strike. You know, if we wait 2 weeks after every single phase, the financial cost is going to be something that's a challenge to us, and that's something that really concerns me. But here's what we're looking at right now, and we get the opportunity to take a look at this. So I think that is reasonable, and I very much appreciate when staff brings their professional and educational expertise to help us work to achieve the goals. And sometimes our initial ideas may not necessarily be as realistic, and it is that collaboration point that I see is very, very important. So I look forward to you you yelling at me after this. Anyway, back to the initial point about where the reports belong and whether they belong in governing body or in public works. I actually would prefer to see them in public works. I think our governing body meetings are pretty long. There's a lot of information that we bring forward. And I do find that to be something that we should think about in terms of where these updates happen, especially because we do have such incredible access to viewing the reports on our own, whether it is attending the meeting if we are able to on the evenings that they are occurring. The fact that they are recorded on YouTube does allow us to do that studying within our own time. And I just worry about, we always talk about how incredibly packed our governing body agendas are and how late our meetings go. And so adding another regular report to governing body is something that concerns me, when I do think that there is a more appropriate group that has been charged with essentially overseeing these aspects of the city. I mean, if we're not going to delineate out to our committees, what is the point of our committees in the first place? You know, there's a reason that Finance Committee spends all that time doing the budget. That's what the Finance Committee does. So I do believe that the Public Works Utilities Committee would be the appropriate place for those reports, given how incredibly intense our governing body agendas are. I guess the question as to whether it belongs in the contract, I think to me goes to who is in charge of those presentations. Is this something that Director Wheeler is promising to do, or is this something that we are expecting Dalkia to show up every 2 weeks to give a presentation at a Public Works Committee meeting or at a governing body committee meeting? But I would vote for a Public Works Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor Cassett, for the question. Yes, that would be my undertaking to respond to the governing body's request for updates. I would be presenting. Of course, I'm also project managing the project, so I'll be overseeing the contractor to provide me with the information, which is included in the contract, that they need to do the drone flyovers, the public engagement, and the responsiveness to the feedback. So that would be my activity.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. And I do think that, you know, maybe a discussion for us of the different roles and who the oversight piece is. So essentially, if those reports aren't happening, we press on the city manager to press on the Public Works Director to make sure that those reports are happening. So it perhaps is not, I don't know, it's a weird place to put it in the contract, because it's a contract between what we are asking Dalkia to do as opposed to what we are telling our staff to do. And so I don't think that the contract is really that appropriate place, because it's not a contract between Director Wheeler and the governing body. It's a contract between the city and the contractor. So, you know, I don't know if somebody wants to bring a resolution to specify that, of course, you know, more than welcome to do so. But I'm not sure that the contract is really the appropriate place for it, because it's not their place unless, you know, is there something in the contract? I apologize, I'm not reviewing it live, that states that they will provide that information? that they'll be doing that work? The
Uh,
Director
drones?
Wheeler, is there something in the contract that specifies who will make presentations?
I'm sorry, not presentations, but who will be performing the analyses? So who will
Oh.
be doing the community outreach? Who will be doing
Pardon
the
me.
drone flyovers? Basically, who's going to be gathering the data that then Director Wheeler is going to be presenting?
Excuse me. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Cassidy. Yes, that is included in the contract. The drone flyover specifically, the door hangers, the website, the feedback and responsiveness.
Okay, well then I feel like that is appropriate to make sure that we get that data. But then again, I'm not sure that including the presentation that city staff is responsible for is appropriate, given that the contract is asking what Dalkia is going to perform for us. So with that, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Let's see, we have two hands up at the moment, Counselor Garcia and Counselor Vihil Coppler. Counselor Vihil Coppler, you have not had a chance to speak yet, so you have the floor.
Well, thank you. So I want to just state that when you have this multi-million-dollar contracts, as this one is, I don't think there's any scrutiny that's out of line. If you were writing a check out of your own checkbook for this amount of money, I don't think we would be so quick to state that, you know, some of the requests that counselors have made on this are out of line. I don't think it's anything that staff shouldn't agree to do when a counselor has gotten assurances that these things will be done. But you're not writing a check out of your own checkbook. None of you are. And I think you have to remember that this is taxpayer money, and we have a responsibility. We took an oath of office to perform our functions to the best of our ability. And while staff, I know they do work hard, but when this governing body, and we do have the power through our ordinances and charter to carry out our work diligently, and we do work hard. We work hard, staff works hard. There's no doubt about that. But we have a right to ask questions about the things that affect us, the things that affect our constituents. And if these meetings go long, I'm sorry, that's what the oath of office is. If people want to have short meetings and you know, just have a lucky life, and that's not the purpose of being a city councilor. We have to do our jobs. And when we rely on discussion that we have worked hard into the wee hours, then we have to rely on staff that they will get that done if they say they will. And there were commitments made in a meeting, as I understand it, listening to the transcription of that meeting. That is our role. We have that power to ask staff, and they have the power to say, I'm sorry, I can't do that. It's this, that, or the other. But that was not said in that meeting in May. And so I believe some of my fellow counselors were expecting some results and didn't get them. And I have seen staff do some turnabouts like the one we're talking about tonight. And okay, that's not okay, but you know, those are in the past. And I truly believe that, you know, the buck stops with the governing body. And if anybody questions that, anybody on this council or staff, then they probably ought to go back and read some ordinances and the charter and duties and responsibilities. And we have to remind ourselves of that. And I want to remind this group that we spent some months ago a whole half day talking about these things. And we sang Kumbaya, and we held hands by Zoom and said, yes, we will do better. And I remember Councilor Rivera saying, I'm just so disheartened, or words to that effect, that we even have to have discussions like this. And yet we spent a whole afternoon on that and nothing has changed. And, you know, I can't blame a counselor for being disillusioned because there were commitments made by staff and then they weren't done. And, you know, sometimes there's hardly any other way you can confront that issue by reading a transcript of something or whatever. You know, we can always maybe soften our tone a little, but that doesn't change the facts. And, you know, I hope that anybody on this Zoom and any department directors off this Zoom realize that if a governing body or a counselor gets agreement in a meeting that something will be done and it's a commitment to do something, that they do it. Or call up somebody, call the mayor, and he can call whoever and explain why maybe it can't be done. But to have to bring this level of dollars, contractual dollars, to the table and have this discussion now is not the appropriate thing to do, but yet we have to. And I am not a believer that a contract is set in stone until we have final agreement. A contract should always be able to be changed, especially an amount of money like we're talking about on this contract. And there's been so much public scrutiny. I think we have to get it right. I think we have to rely on commitments. And what I learned from this, if staff and others won't honor commitments but will agree, then we might as well put everything in a resolution and stand by it. Because obviously, you know, people do forget sometimes what happens in meetings. So I hope that we can do better. But I don't think it's a good idea for us to berate each other in a public meeting. I do have instances where I know there are past things that have gone on, but I'm not going to talk about them here. I'll phone each of you up and let you know the examples maybe that I saw. And maybe at some point, if it's necessary, let the public know what these are. But to, you know, to have conversations like this and have, you know, have this discussion here, it could have all been avoided if people would just do what they say they're going to do, honor agreements. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Let's see, we have a number of hands up. Director Wheeler, did you have a response to anything, or do you want to wait and hear what Counselors Garcia and Abeyta have to say? They have the floor with their hands up. I think you're muted, Director Wheeler.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am very sorry that counselors feel as if I didn't take the direction. I perform my role as the Public Works Director with utmost integrity and commitment to delivering the best for the city of Santa Fe and taking the guidance of the governing body. This project is delivering on a number of adopted plans. It's specifically in the sustainability plan. It is specifically stated that we will switch our streetlights, that will reduce our carbon footprint. I work really hard to deliver on your guidance. We sat down and we developed a communication plan and immediately met with Councilor Villarreal to review it with her. She gave us a lot of good feedback that made it even better, added details, added steps, added the Public Works Committee presentation, and added some of the questions. We made sure it was in English and Spanish. I mean, there's 3 new pages in the contract with this new piece of ongoing public engagement. Dalkia has not charged us extra for any of this additional guidance, 3 extra months of public engagement and community guided design, new presentations to new additional feedback as we're going through. None of this was in the original contract. We have a great contractor. I'm completely committed to delivering a good project that delivers on the governing body's adopted plans and goals and visions for this community. We've been very responsive to the community feedback. We changed the design. We're not going to convert the streetlights on NMDOT streets because they require 4,000 Kelvin. I really am sorry that counselors feel as if I'm not responsive, but I assure you it is very important to me to take the direction of this governing body and implement and do the best for the citizens of Santa Fe and for this leadership. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Director Wheeler. Let's see, I have 3 hands up. I have Counselor Garcia, Counselor Abeyta, and then Counselor Rivera. Will go in that order.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll make it quick just because my name was invoked. And I think, I take this role very seriously. And one of the guiding principles I have for this role is accountability. And it's a principle I think we should all encompass and we should all strive for. And I'm not saying none of you, I'm saying it's myself guiding. I want to ensure we're holding our government accountable. That's what I got elected to do. That's what I promised the constituents, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. Whether it's city staff or myself or hold me accountable, please do it. I ask of that. But I'm discouraged that it's getting looked down upon and frowned upon for doing so. It was mentioned by my colleague in regards to, well, the timing request, et cetera. Well, that wasn't the feedback we got in the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting. The feedback we got was it wasn't done because it wasn't in the motion. And so I think that, again, I don't want to get into this. At the end of the day, I'm going to continue to strive for accountability, be the best counselor that the citizens of Santa Fe deserve, and I'm going to continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor, thank you. We have Counselor Abeyta, and then we have Counselor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to comment about that Public Works meeting. I remember Ms. Wheeler stating that she had met with Councilwoman Villarreal. They had talked about a lot of this. And so maybe it would be good to hear from Councilwoman Villarreal, since she was the one who raised the concern originally at governing body. And then, maybe she has an amendment that based on her meeting with Ms. Wheeler. But that was kind of the impression I was left with at the Public Works hearing. I don't know about the other members, but I'd be interested to see what Councilwoman Villarreal thinks about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Counselor. Counselor Rivera, do you want to give Councilwoman Villarreal a chance to respond to Counselor Abeyta's question, then come back to you?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the meetings that we had after the May 26th meeting were helpful. There was what Director Wheeler had alluded to, that we did have a conversation that she was able to incorporate some of the things that I thought were important, and approaches to community engagement, and how there would be a need for these segments to be able to check in, right? So we didn't see the actual language. That was just a conversation and it was helpful. But the actual language of the contract and the amendments, my assumption was that it was going to be very much framed in what I had stated in our May 26th meeting. Because otherwise, we did that as a hey, a placeholder. This is what we want to all see. And a lot of you agreed, let's make sure that this happens so that we don't miss those opportunities to be able to do an assessment. And then if we need to backpedal on some areas, then we can. I don't want us to just be like, oh, got that done, we'll move on to the next one. And it feels like then we have all these opportunities for really good feedback and it goes into a black hole. And I don't want that to happen. And so that's why I wanted to make sure that if you don't want to call it a resting point or, having this pause, but I still think that there is a need to explain to the governing body that how these phases are working out. And I realized, okay, so maybe it doesn't fit in. I actually thought the contractor would be able to give us those updates, but if it's staff, that's fine. I do think though, as I think about this, I don't want to go to another meeting or be able to have to listen to another meeting later on if I'm not on Public Works. We have all these other things coming up in terms of housing, affordable housing presentations that all of us are going to have to jump to different committees to be able to hear everything. And that's fine. It just, this is one other thing that I feel like I don't have the time as a person that has another job to be able to go back and forth to like get to hear what's happening with the phases, with the segments and how they're going. So that's why I wanted to change and add language. I realize maybe it's not in the right place, but how do we then be able to hear from staff? I would like to hear from staff after each phase. I would like to see the drone footage and be able to have an understanding versus going to the website on my own. I just think that that would be helpful for me. This is a big project. It's lots of money. So I don't think that that's something that's not, that it's burdening. I just think it's important. And that's where I stand. I still think needs to be a way to add this language that I had talked about from the beginning, or else it feels like I've been duped. Because we talked about this in the May 26th meeting with the understanding that we would be able to have some language related to the phasing and checking in. And I realized that Director Wheeler did her best. There's also this negotiation that she has with Dalkia. And I'm not sure if Dalkia just doesn't want to do that. That's where I'm concerned. I'm kind of feeling like maybe Dalkia doesn't want to do this. And Director Wheeler did her best to try to be able to get this, these requirements in because they're important to us.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Rivera and then Councilor Romero-Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Wheeler, we've been hearing a lot about how much a pause would cost, and we had talked about this on May 26th, and it's been 2 months since then. Do we know how much a pause, a 2-week pause, might cost in between each phase or segment?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Rivera, for the question. Yes, we have looked into that, and Dalkia's here to respond to that question, what it would cost us to insert a 2-week delay in between each phase. One way to think about it is that we have a construction project that is about 16 weeks long here. So there are additional staff that'll be hired to execute that contract, trucks, warehouse space, equipment for the installation. And so we'd be looking at a 6-week addition to the time frame of the project, which is about a 30% increase in the duration. But Dalkia has calculated the cost of that delay, and JC can speak to that. JC Florenson from Dalkia.
Mr. Florenson, do you have a calculation?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and member of the governing body, Director Wheeler. Yes, just to respond to Councilor Villarreal, Dalkia is willing to include in the construction project the 6-week delays if the city agrees to compensate for the additional cost in the amount of $242,000.
And I'd like to add to that as well, Councilor Rivera. I also spoke to PNM about this last week. We had a meeting and I asked them what it would cost them for the delay, and their number would be similar to that. They have the similar expenses.
So if you finish the project, let's say phase 1, and then you did a pause after that, or not even a pause, but you moved on to phase 2 and gathered feedback on phase 1. So you're continuing to work while we're gathering feedback. Does that cause any delays?
Thank
Does
you,
that cost
Mayor.
anything extra?
Director Wheeler?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Rivera. No, it does not. And that's exactly what we're proposing, is to gather feedback from day 1 and continuously gather that feedback and respond to it throughout the project. And
All right, so
present it to.
Thank you. So what would happen with the data we collect? What is the purpose of it?
The purpose is for the project team to meet weekly and review it and respond to it specifically, and then bring a report every single Public Works Committee meeting during the project, and bring a report to the Public Works Committee of what the feedback has been, and as well as the before and after drone footage and verification and validation of the design implementation.
All right, so what would happen if in any one of our districts, a group of a neighborhood association came forth and said, these lights are way too bright. They're shining in all our windows, and we just don't agree with it.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Rivera. Well, one thing we could definitely do is look at back shielding. We would make sure that the correct lights have been installed on that street for the lighting, per the lighting design approved by the governing body. Those are two things that we could do, and we'll be verifying our design.
So even if people, even after the dimming and whatever else you said, people still have issues with it, they're just stuck with it.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Rivera. The governing body has approved the lighting design and the contract for the conversion of the lights. It's an excellent design. It's as dim as we could possibly achieve, and as heavily shielded as possible. It has extra lenses as well as extra side shielding. The lights don't really get any dimmer than this, so we have made a decision about our design at this point.
So how much is it going to cost if instead of a pause, we get feedback from a particular group and then we have to go back and make adjustments? Have we included the cost of those adjustments going back?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Rivera, no, we have not included the cost of changing the equipment, which would be that we purchase the equipment according to the design. And there also is no lower lumens that we can do. You have to remember that P&M owns many of our lights, especially the residential lights, and they actually won't install anything lower lumens or lower Kelvin because it doesn't meet national lighting standard requirements for safety. And they've really extended themselves to the maximum that they can possibly achieve with these new lights that we've asked them to put into their list. So we don't really have a plan for any other lights. We've already approved the design.
All right, as long as all counselors know that there are minimal changes that can be made. I don't believe that Councilwoman Villarreal's proposal is out of line. It sounds reasonable to me. It sounds like what we talked about on May 26th, what was agreed to by the entire governing body when we approved it. If she were to propose an amendment, I would probably be in support of it, as this is a big project. It's going to affect many people. And as we go through each of our neighborhoods and we start hearing about it, things change a little bit. So just so everyone's aware. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Romero Worth, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Wheeler, I'm looking at page 9. The title is Global Management Performance Contract between the City of Santa Fe and Dalkia Energy Solutions, Amendment Number 1, Attachment A, Revised Implementation Plan. At the top, it says, number 2, continuous community engagement. And it spells out a project website. Who's responsible? The contractor. Constituent feedback collection. Who's responsible? The contractor. Secondary reporting mechanism. In this case, a phone line where people can provide their feedback. Party responsible, contractor. Door hangers. Client will provide contractor with randomly selected minimum 4% sample of resident addresses for the contractor to place door handles. Door hangers will be provided to the contractor by the client at the expense of the client. Next item, dual language. Contractor will make the website along with feedback form available in English and Spanish. Drone footage. Contractor will collect aerial drone footage of lighting conditions before commencement of the works and after completion of the works. Contractor will provide drone footage. Additional drone footage will be collected to subsequent segments at the direction of the client, not to exceed 12 sample footage locations unless agreed upon by both parties. Design validation, contractor. Contractor during the work phase will perform photometric analysis and correlate color temperature readings on the same roads selected for sample footage. To me, is this part of the contract, this implementation plan? Director Wheeler?
Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, yes, it is.
Okay, to me, what's laid out here is a continuous community engagement is exactly what we asked for the end of May when we approved this. And I too went back and watched the video of the meeting. We asked for feedback per phase. We are getting feedback per phase. I'm not exactly sure what we're arguing here about. You know, we're getting exactly what we asked for, which was we wanted continuous community engagement as this project moved forward. Now, we've heard tonight that pausing, and I will just tell you, the word pause was not mentioned that night in the end of May. I do not remember seeing it, hearing it. It said feedback, and it said feedback per phase. And again, we've just heard that what we committed to was the lights, the design, the equipment, the lumens. There's nothing you can do about any of that. The only thing we can do anything about is if they're pointed in the wrong direction, or maybe we have a pole somewhere that it shouldn't be and it's shining in somebody's bedroom, we can shield it. Or maybe we can dim it because it's casting too much light. But let's also remember we need light in some places. So I think this idea, I'm not sure what I don't support a pause because it's just going to cost us too much money and this is already too expensive. But what we wanted is exactly what we're getting here, which is continuous community engagement to make improvements. And we've heard what can be done. We can dim, we can shield, we can add more lights, we can add less lights, and we can address concerns about how the work crews are working in actually making these transitions. These are all things in our capacity. I just, and I do worry a little bit when we start micromanaging. I would agree with Councilor Cassett when she says that, you know, we work with staff, they have expertise we don't have. And we try to figure out how we make this all work together, given their expertise and our community concerns. How do we move forward in a way that addresses what the community has asked for? And I think what we're getting tonight in a continuous community engagement on page 9 of the contract, attachment A, revised implementation plan, I think we're getting exactly what we've been asking for. But we have to recognize that we've committed to the equipment, the lighting design, the lights themselves, the wattage, the bulbs, the lumen. We've already done that. And it's as we've also heard, it's progressive. It is the lowest we could possibly get given other factors that are restricting this process and this project. We are, and I think in the end, we're going to be a leader in terms of LED street lighting and how this project has gone forward. So I think if we're going to continue to debate this, I would like it if we could be very clear about what it is we don't like and that we don't think is being heard. And I will just say again, I am not for a pause. We're getting continuous community engagement. We are getting the ability to make improvements as this happens. And I guess I would also ask us to remember that if we put in a pause, I think what has to happen is that the staff would have to go back to the contractor and say, all right, are you okay with a pause? And the contractor we have just heard said, yeah, we'll be fine with a pause if you can add $250,000 more onto this contract. So then we're going to have to ask our finance people, do we have $250,000 more? That's going to delay this project more because I don't think we're going to get that tonight. And we could have a contractor who decides to walk away. Now, we haven't heard that yet, but let's not, let's be reasonable here. We are getting what we asked for, which is continuous community engagement. It's in the contract. And I think, that will allow us to address concerns as they arise, recognizing we can't change the lighting we've already decided on. That would be way too expensive. And we can't make it any dimmer, given the other constraints from other parties that have a say in how this project moves forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Romero Worth, and Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I guess I would like us to just get rid of the word pause so you don't feel constrained. And I realize the cost is a reality. What I'd like to see, though, when we talk about review and assessments, is all the things you listed, which are excellent things to add in that community engagement process, is that how that information is going to be used. I don't want it to go into a black hole and be like, oh, okay, that's what they said. That's great. What I'd like to know is how we address the community feedback and data collection. So I'd like to know, or I would like the contract to state that we would address the community feedback and data collection by considering back shielding, by considering dimming strategies, removal and addition of lighting, and changes in process. I mean, you listed all of them, Director Wheeler, I think are important, but what it doesn't state in the contract is that we had actually addressed those issues that come up. Like, how do we make sure that the contractor addresses them? I don't want all that excellent feedback, the drone footage, all the stuff that we're taking so much time to do for it to go into a black hole and then we don't end up dealing with it. We'll just be like, thank you for your feedback, and we move on to the next segment. I just think it needs to explicitly state somewhere that after we complete the review and assessments, that we consider how we're going to address these issues, whether it's through back shielding, dimming strategies, removal and addition of lights, etc. So I would like Director Wheeler to suggest some language in that regard, because I think we have what we need in there. A lot of the stuff that I had asked for is in there and I appreciate it. I just want to make sure that what we collect isn't just for the collection's sake, that we actually use that data to inform ourselves for the next phases, but we also address them. So what do you suggest, Director Wheeler?
Thank you very much, Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, for the question. There's a number of ways that's addressed. The contract is extremely explicit and holds Dalkia to a very high standard of responding to constituent requests. Remember, Dalkia is going to be required to support our streetlights in an ongoing fashion, and they have minimum timeframes to respond to input. I spend every day of my job at the city responding to constituents. As you know, I work with all of the councilors here. Very responsive, same day, usually responsive to your requests. Sometimes my team even implements the feedback on the same day basis. That is what we do. We're completely committed to that. So I think Dalkia is held to a very high standard for responsiveness of constituent requests per the contract. They have KPIs that are and penalties for not responding to them. And of course, I've committed as well to being completely transparent with the feedback and the responses and presenting that to Public Works Committee every 2 weeks at the Public Works Committee meeting. So I think we are well covered in our responsiveness. And there is also an extensive measurement and verification section in the contract that does require that Dalkia validate the design, as we are talking about using the drone flyovers, making sure that the ASTM standards for street lighting are withheld, that we do meet street lighting standards, and that the lights that they install match the design that we've approved. So there is quite a bit of accountability in the contract for Dalkia, and with my relationship with the governing body on my part for responsiveness.
So when we get into minutia of things that we actually can address, and I realize we're not changing lighting, the design, et cetera, we already addressed that. But how do we make sure, I still don't see the language that you're referring to, that if there was something that came up in the feedback per segment, that we would be able to address it versus putting it on a document saying, oh, this is what people said, but we never actually get to it. I'm just worried that we miss opportunities to be able to get to those like solutions versus just saying we did it, we collected it. So where in the language are you referring to that it holds Dalkia accountable for actually addressing the issues that come up in our community engagement phases?
Can I
Thank
point to
you.
that language? Do you have it?
I was going to ask Cheyenne. I think she's on the contract, so you could do it, Councilor Romero Worth, or we can have Cheyenne do it.
Councilor Maraworth, if you have it at your
It's
hand.
on page 12, which is page 18 of the packet, and page 19. It is
Page of the packet material? or
page
the-
18 of the 208 packet material, but page 12 of the contract. And again, it's part of this implementation plan. And there may be other language, but this is what I'm seeing between pages 12 and 13, number 9. Let's see. The weekly meeting is to be scheduled weekly throughout the duration of the work phase of the project. Attendees included in this meeting are all contractor management personnel and the key stakeholders designated by the client that will benefit from the information discussed in the following subtopics. Review of letters of transmitted and completed work schedule. Review field variances. Review of non-standard repairs and changes that were required in the field to effectively complete the works. Review inspection schedule, gather feedback from designated client and P&M inspectors concerning completed inspections and review upcoming work areas for planning purposes. Review constituent requests and feedback, house side shielding and any other actionable constituent requests received will be reviewed to generate an action plan to fulfill requests. I think that's really the most relevant language to what you're concerned about, Counselor. So I don't know if
Thank you.
Cheyenne has other things.
I think you found the part that speaks to how do we move from findings to an action plan, and it seems to be fairly explicit in that item in the piece you just read to us, Councilor Maraworth.
Thank you for finding that language. I think that's helpful. Especially.
Here's another one, Counselor, if I can.
Hold on just a minute. I think
Okay.
D is helpful because it's talking about actionable constituent requests received will be reviewed to generate an action plan to fill those requests. Was there another one that stated about the constituent concerns specifically?
This one says on page, again, I'm at the top of page 18 of the packet. Number 3, work order and field reports reviewed and validated. Well, that's a grammatical area. I think it should say after review in the field, a contractor superintendent will provide an additional review to examine if the field checklist for acceptance is complete and if data inputted by field crews is correct to ensure that design criteria have been followed. The superintendent shall decide if the upgrade work order is accepted for client commissioning per section 11.3. So they're doing internal checks among themselves to make sure that the lighting is per the design, which as we said, we've already decided upon.
Thank you. So I guess my other question to Director Wheeler, is there a way that you can also present to the governing body on updates And I feel like that's important, even if it's similar to what you had already presented at Public Works. I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can get the information we need so that we are updated, whether it's each segment or you do it per month. I just think that's important. It would be helpful. The public can actually listen in. I learn more from what you present in terms of like visuals and your own perspectives versus going to a website and trying to feel through all that. And so that's why I'm suggesting that. And I wanted to add that into the mix. I realize, I don't know if it really makes sense now that we're reading this because this is really the contractor's requirements, but I really would like to see us have a presentation to the governing body.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Villarreal. I would be happy if it's the will of the governing body to make a presentation monthly to the governing body, the same presentation that we give to Public Works.
I would like to see that. I don't know if that again becomes an amendment to this. It's not part of the contract. So if we just document it through this, you know, the way we're talking about this, I don't know. I don't know what we need to do. So I'll yield the floor and maybe staff can weigh in about the best way to document that so that we are committed to that process.
Thank you. Let's see, we have two hands up. We have Counselor Vihil Coppler and we have Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask Ms. Wheeler if on page 8 of the what do you call it, Prime Gov, there's a chart there about completion and the segments, and then you had a screen share of another chart, which I vaguely remember. Do those match?
Director Wheeler, can you find those two charts or identify them?
Actually, Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, I am certain that they match because we just created the slides that I showed today from the implementation plan exactly. So it's the same map.
If I recall, the one that you showed had months delineated on it, the actual month. So I saw December and month 10. Are you following calendar months there, or is month 10 mean something different?
Mayor, if I could ask Cheyenne to clarify that, we put a lot of some additional information on the map for the presentation so that we had one slide that said a few things, but maybe Cheyenne could clarify it for Councilor Vihil Coppler.
Well, you screen shared it, so maybe you could just stick it up there again.
Oh, sure. Happy to.
I'd also be happy to provide a little bit of additional clarification. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The table that's in the implementation plan document, that's page 8, I believe that you referenced, the months are going from February 24th, which is the commencement date as it's outlined for the contract. And then this table is the estimated timeline, which just sort of digests that into more of the relevant actual dates, but for the purpose of the contract, specific months aren't specified. It's just the month in sequence from the relevant date of the contract.
Well, since this is an amendment, I would feel more comfortable with having, like you have on this chart right here, you have segment 4 December. So for any like me, I'm not, I mean, anybody looking at this, month 10 to me means October. So, and this, what we have here before us is the actual amendment, not your chart, right? Or you have that somewhere else in the contract and then they.
If I could, Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, the entire contract is structured around a start date of the commencement date of the contract, and there are many terms in the contract that build on this concept of month 1, month 10, and this many months after particular milestones. So the whole contract structure is based on that language. But the, yeah, so that's what I would say about that.
Well, it seems to me like it's hard to hold anybody accountable if people have different interpretations of the months. And are they rolling months? You know, these months could mean anything.
No, it's very specific in the contract what the beginning of the timeline is actually.
Well, why couldn't you just put the months, the real names of the months?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler. I think we can, this presentation is also part of the packet associated with this contract. And I think it makes it really nice and crystal clear.
Well, where is that then? Is that somewhere else that you just?
There is a presentation, I think, in the packet, but we can add this particular presentation to the packet. It has been updated since our Public Works Committee presentation.
Mayor, can I clarify? Counselor, can I clarify?
No, let me finish. So if you look at this, it says this is right on my PrimeGov screen. This, to me, this is what we're approving. This is, it says at the top, Amendment 1, Attachment A. And so when you look at this chart on, I guess it would be page 2, you're saying that the chart you just showed us, you could incorporate in here? Because this isn't, that wouldn't be what we're approving, because those are just screenshots.
It's actually a presentation, Councilor Vihil Coppler, that I was suggesting is part of the packet of material of the approval.
And so where can I find that chart you just put up? Is it in this amendment?
Cheyenne, is the chart, we had a presentation in there.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so the chart is on page 41, I believe, of the PrimeGov packet. The presentation itself is pages 40 through 43. So I think it's 41 of that, but it's either 40, 41, 42, or 43. But in the same vein, the months that are reflected on that table are the same as the months that are reflected in the implementation plan that you were looking at. So month 10 is 10 months after February 24th, which is the commencement date. So month 10 is December as it lines up from that February 24th commencement date.
Well, how would the layperson be able to follow this? That's what troubles me. So I think in the spirit of Councilor Villarreal's comments, how do we, she wants monthly reports. How do we verify? And so when these months are rolling months, it's hard to verify because we're not, I don't know even where to go to find the month 1, but while I'm on this, if you go to page 8 of the actual amendments, how did these months comply with what you just showed us on the chart? So month 10 here says weekly construction meetings. This is a whole different calendar of execution. So, okay, so there's your February 24th date. So obviously you're referring to different kinds of things going on here and not implementation. Am I right? I'm not really sure, like month 9, close out of phase 2. It is, I'm sure you mean something by this, but it is a little hard to follow. Definitely hard to follow. So, I don't know. If we're not going to have monthly reports and we're not going to have this or that, what the pauses and keep up to date on this, we would really pretty much have to be experts in this very lengthy, detailed contract, which isn't self-explanatory to the lay person. So these months don't seem to match like what's supposed to really happen on month 10, weekly construction meetings and completion of segment 4. Right? Aren't those two things? Shouldn't we have some accountability to carry on the spirit and intent of this amendment? And of course, February 24th already passed 2021. So this is out of date. Is it out of date?
Director Wheeler, is this out of date?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Vihel Coppler. No, it isn't. February 24th would be the commencement date.
That already passed. So have we started? I mean, I guess we've started.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we've been working on this project for you since February 24th. Very, very hard.
Okay, I know. Okay, so that, see, I'm thank you. I'm a little bit confused. So for following month 10, we have to get these two charts together and overlay them to see where we're at, right? And I guess as I'm talking about this, is there many contracts that I'm familiar with, if you're not on schedule, then you get fined as a contractor. What are our protections? I mean, they're going to charge us $220-some thousand to tell us what the feedback was if we want changes. And so what do we charge them if they're not on schedule?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Vihel Coppler. This contract does not have liquidated damages, but it does have key performance indicators. And I guess you might consider past performance as well. It's a very strong contract. It was approved by governing body on February 24th. All of the language that you're talking about was approved by governing body on February 24th. It is a very complex project. As you might remember, we've borrowed $17 million against this guaranteed performance contract. It has extensive guarantees that we will save the energy needed to repay the loan. It also has a lot of technical requirements of photometric analysis, and we have had this contractor do extensive additional work, and every single thing that we've been asked to do, we've done exactly right on time to the day. And so I think that, yes, the contract does have framework that allows us, ensures that this gets delivered, and the contractor is totally committed, as we've demonstrated time and again.
Well, I do know in DOT contracts, and mostly it's road projects, but you know, those are very involved as this is, and those are high dollar contracts as this is. There's usually a protection phase for the, well, I would say there should be a protection phase for the city, and that is if they lag behind. And I guess what I hear you saying is the city has no protection in that regard. So I'll just move on. You did say there's no liquidated damages. I get that. So next is.
But I didn't say there was no protections. I said there were actually quite a bit of framework in the contract that holds us accountable for delivering the project on time.
Are there any monetary protections?
Councilor Vihel Coppler, I didn't come prepared to discuss every single element of the contract. It was approved on February 24th. It is a strong contract. It's been reviewed by our city attorney. We're very committed to delivering the project. I'm sure they're there. And if you'd like me to follow up and give you more information about what would happen if the contractor was late, I'd be happy to do that.
I would like that. Thank you. Okay, then I would like to know, like, when does this project, when's the implementation? When does it end? Is it February 2022 or 23?
Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, the implementation is scheduled to end at the end of December of 2021.
Oh.
Yes, the conversion project will end at the December, and then ongoingly, the contractor is responsible to maintain the lights.
Right.
So that would be month 12 on this chart? Or
Councilwoman Vihel Coppler, Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify the chart. So the conversion itself, the actual swapping out of luminaires, is scheduled to be finished in December, but there is a commissioning process that us, Dalkia, the city, and PNM all have to go through, where the luminaire that's swapped out is validated by the city and by PNM as the wattage and the lumen output that it's supposed to be. And then it gets flipped over to the new PNM rate. So instead of the old high pressure sodium rate, they swap it over to the cheaper LED rate. And the city then has to do a final sign off that they're happy with how all of that procedure has gone. So there are an extra couple of months built in for that to happen. And that sees us through month 12 on that chart of wrapping up all of the commissioning and getting all of the final acceptance on the commissioning, which extends beyond just swapping out luminaires.
So would that be February 2022, month 12?
Yes. The actual swapping of the luminaires will be finished in December. And then the final commissioning, validating, and acceptance process that I just explained is what would be happening during January and February, where the city does the final acceptance of works.
That would essentially be the end of the contract?
That would be the end of the works phase, and then the contract moves into the services phase where we do the continual operation and maintenance.
Okay, thank you. And then one last thing, Mr. Mayor, I would like to amend my motion to include monthly updates to the governing body.
Okay, there's a motion from Councillor Vihil Coppler to add to her motion a presentation on a monthly basis to the governing body on progress on the project. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Wait a minute. Point of order. It has to be the same second. She's amending her motion.
Okay, who was the first?
I'm the second, Mayor, and I'm not seconding that.
So point of order, we have a motion
On the
and
floor.
a second on the floor.
Right.
Councilor
And-
Vihil Coppler's tried to amend her motion. The person who made the second does not agree, so we still have the old motion on the floor.
The main motion as made. And we have two hands up.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry, Councillor Vihil Coppler, yes.
I would like to withdraw my motion.
Okay. That would, I need, again, this requires the seconder to withdraw her second, I believe.
I don't think so.
No?
And there
Yes,
is no
yes, you have to, point of order, sorry, Mayor. In order to withdraw the motion, the second would have to agree.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm asking.
And I'm not.
Okay, so the motion stands, still can be debated, still can be voted
Okay,
on.
so then I still have the floor, so let me understand this.
Yes, ma'am.
This governing body wants to approve these amendments, this amendment with many amendments, without giving this governing body updates to find out how we're spending millions of taxpayer dollars, when even some of these questions asked and answered tonight aren't quite exactly clear, but clear enough, I suppose. So the transparency to the public is just being negated. So if that's okay with you all, I don't think it's okay with me, but I guess we'll move on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Now we have two hands up. Counselor Lindell has the floor, and then Counselor Cassett has the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard Director Wheeler say that they would bring us reports. Initially, she said that they would bring them to Public Works, and then she was requested that they be brought to the governing body, and she said that she would. And I don't think they need to come to both. As Director Wheeler said, she responds to requests from the governing body all day long, every day. I know that to be true. Oftentimes in a very, very short amount of time. I'm just going back to what Councilor Romero Worth said. I really don't know at this moment in time what we're disagreeing about here. We've taken since February to work on this. It's complicated. We have numerous different sizable entities involved, and I appreciate the mammoth amount of work that has gone into this. I've been talking about this project since 2014. A mere 7 years. And I appreciate that we have the resources and the staff that's able to bring this project to fruition. It's taken a long time. And I'm really, really grateful about it. And I'm going to go ahead and call for the question on this. We've discussed this a long time. I don't see any new information coming, and I don't really see what we're disagreeing about. So I'm going to make a call for the question on this, and maybe I'll get a second, maybe I won't. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a call for the question and there's a second. There was a hand up from Councillor Cassett, but the question having been called, it's non-debatable. Could the clerk call the roll on the motion?
Mayor, for my records, who was the second?
That was Councillor Romero Worth.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Call the question, yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihel Coppler.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yep.
Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay. So now we move to the main.
Correct. Councillor Garcia,
Yep. Councilwoman Villarreal, before you proceed, I see a hand up. I think there may be a question behind that hand from Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I just want to clarify. So we're voting the contract as is. I just want to understand from staff if we are going to have a commitment to be able to present monthly to the governing body.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Villarreal, I'm definitely available for that.
And so my question is to legal. Do we need to, is that an amendment? I mean, sorry, an amendment to the motion? Or is that just taken based on?
Point of order, Mayor.
Yeah, I think we've got the question.
I'm sorry, but we've called for the question. We voted that we want the question. Now we have to vote on the question. There's no more debate, no more clarifying, no more asking questions.
I agree that we had one clarifying question from Councilwoman Villarreal, but I think at that point we need to take a vote on the motion as calling for the question requires.
I guess point of clarification then, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
And
sir.
I'm referring back to the original motion back in our May 26th meeting where we did include language in the motion. And because it wasn't in the motion, staff didn't feel obligated to follow that. So
Councilor, we've called the question. We're not going to relitigate what the motion is about. You may wish you had I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt, but we really, by our own rules, have to take a vote now. So the clerk should call the roll on the motion.
yes. Councillor Garcia,
yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Without the clarifying question, no.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihel Coppler,
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
No.
Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett,
Yes, and I'd also like an opportunity to explain my vote.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, and I will also speak after my vote because I did not speak during the debate.
Okay, Counselor.
Could you read us the vote, please?
Yes, so we have 6, 4, and 3 against. The
Thank you.
3 nays were Counselor Rivera, Counselor Vihel Coppler, and Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you. So we now have people who have asked for the opportunity to explain their vote, and we should move to that.
Yes, we do. Counselor Garcia was the first individual that requested that opportunity.
I'll pass and give my comments last, please.
I'm not quite sure what we're, Counselor Garcia, I think I apologize, but again, I'm not an expert in the Roberts Rules of Orders, but I think you're up. You spoke first and asked the chance to explain your vote. This is your chance. Please do take it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it follows the same rules as a vote, I have the opportunity to pass.
I believe the chair calls on this.
Yeah, I'm not going to force Counselor Garcia to speak if he doesn't wish to, for sure. Who was next, City Clerk?
Counselor Cassett was next.
Counselor Cassett, you have the floor to explain your vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just, I wanted to state, there's been kind of this conversation, and I think we sometimes do this about whether or not including the presentation in the motion means that you don't care about having the presentation, which it's a little difficult. I voted for this with the expectation that, a presentation will be given. But I didn't want to amend it into the emotion because, again, I didn't think that it was the appropriate place for it. It's not the contractor's duty. It's really Director Wheeler's. And I think that we can have some discussion about, how do we keep a track on these pieces? I imagine that falls to the city manager and the city clerk, but I did just want to make that clarification. Whether those presentations happen at Public Works Utilities or governing body, still available to the public. I think that they're important that they happen, but that was my vote where I didn't believe that it belonged amended in the contract based on whose responsibility it is and my understanding of what the contract is really charging. So I did just want to make that point of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia, do you want to go now?
No, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk.
Mayor, you were the last individual that requested an opportunity to speak. If you would like to do so at this time.
Very, very good. Thank you. I really think we covered some very interesting and important ground here. I think we established what's in the contract that does in fact speak to the public engagement process as an ongoing part of this project. I think it speaks volumes of the commitment of our Public Works Director that is included in the process and will be honored in the process. I think it is an important comment on how seriously we take this project. It is, as Councillor Lindell said, it has been a long time coming. And while we can talk about the evaluation of the work, we shouldn't lose sight of what we are going to achieve with this project. We will see a significant decrease in CO2 in the environment. A 20-year life means we will take 10,000 cars off the road and save electricity equal to about 8,400 homes. So the big gains here are in the project. Now, along the way, as we've discussed at length, we need to do a good job of making sure the work is done and the public's voice is heard. And I think the process that was laid out in the contract, identified by Councilor Maraworth, gave me a great deal of confidence that this will be done with the public's interests at heart. I do believe that the biggest discussion we had was about whether there would or would not be a pause per se. And I think that was resolved amicably and with a great deal of reasonableness on all sides. And so I don't think we are really at odds with each other. I think we're all looking to achieve the same end, which is a successful project that implements an environmentally sound and sensitive approach to lighting Santa Fe's streets and roads and neighborhoods while preserving and protecting the dark skies that we value so much. And I do believe that this process that's been laid out, something I can support and vote for, knowing that our team will do an outstanding job of both taking into account the public's concerns and acting on them as the contract specifies. So I feel very confident that we are on the right track, and that's why I'm able to vote yes and in favor of this as we did tonight. Councilor Garcia, would you like the floor now?
Sure. I'm just disappointed that there was such pushback from me holding my vote earlier, or my decision. I'm just overall frustrated with this process. I'm sorry. I voted yes because this is a process we need to move forward with, but I'm just speechless in the manner that this has taken us, and leaves me very disappointed. I wish we didn't have to have 2.5-hour debates in regards to engaging the public. That's a commitment that it's a no-brainer and we should strive towards. And I look forward to those presentations at the governing body meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the afternoon session and go directly to petitions from the floor. They had to wait a long time on the 28th and have had to wait a long time now. I don't think it's fair to the public. So I'd like to move to petitions from the floor immediately and then continue where we left off after.
Second.
There's a motion to change the agenda so that we go to the petitions from the floor section, which is actually in two different sections, one dealing with cannabis, one dealing with all other petitions. And there was a second, I believe, from Councilor Vihil-Coppler. Is there discussion? Can the clerk call the roll on that motion, please?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Maraworth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, so what I would propose, Madam Clerk, is that since we've got a number of folks who are in the attendee room, maybe we could ask for a show of hands of those who wish to speak specifically to the cannabis item, as opposed to those who have other things they wish to, or there may be people who want to speak to both, but the first item on petitions from the floor is very specific about where we stand with cannabis. Perhaps we could see, or you could see, hands related to that particular petitions from the floor, so we know how many fall into that category versus general comments.
Yes, at this time, any individuals who are interested in speaking specifically to cannabis, you could please raise your hand. Much appreciated. Mayor, at this time, there are two individuals in the waiting room with their hands up to speak on cannabis.
Okay, very good. Why don't we give each of those individuals 3 minutes to speak to this It's a complicated issue. It has a lot of ramifications, and we'll give each of them 3 minutes to speak to whatever part of the cannabis regulations they wish to address.
All right, Miss Stephanie Beninato, I will unmute you and start your time.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just want to again say, I think some of you recognize that there was trouble. I had trouble getting into Zoom, and the only way I did it is because I had a Zoom account myself, and I went in to join the meeting and actually used the codes from the telephone link, not the Zoom link. And so I just want to tell you that. In terms of the cannabis, I did submit written comments that should be in the public record. And I think that for me, some of what I'd like to just point out is that, and then I saw in the paper that the city is reevaluating, for example, its policies concerning the police and not using cannabis for 3 years, et cetera, et cetera. And I really do think that there has to be a whole relook at that. I think you have to assume that people may use cannabis when they're not on duty, and that includes lifeguards, paramedics, even heavy duty equipment operators. You don't say you can't have a beer or some wine or hard alcohol when you're off duty. And so why would you treat cannabis any differently, really? I also think that, the 300-foot rule has been a problem or has taken up a lot of time for city council in terms of alcohol. You're always giving exceptions or waivers. And I think that you'll be spending a lot of time doing that with cannabis. I don't think there should be any kinds of regulations on how the distances and things like that, because look at downtown, look at all the breweries that are downtown, look at all the alcohol establishments that are downtown, sometimes in the same building. So why would you treat cannabis any differently? In fact, to me, cannabis is much less of a problem in terms of car accidents, abuse, violence, and things like that. My biggest concern is the water. And I understand that if you're like renting a commercial space, you get to use the water because the commercial space is already zoned that way. And so this whole concern about how much water are cannabis growers going to use, I'm wondering how you would actually address that. And I do think that if there is a large greenhouse or a manufacturing processing plant where there could be a possibility of a fire, like at the New Mexican that happened, and that was because of, I think, negligence, but that I think the city needs to perhaps segregate, or excuse me, I don't mean segregate in a bad way, but I mean zone it particular place as opposed to just letting it be anywhere in the city. And I've seen people not want it in the historic zone, but I don't know why. Because again, if we have recreational cannabis, there will be tourists who will come here to indulge and buy. And so why would you put it out like way out on Cerritos Road? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that chime was the 3-minute mark.
Correct. Ms. Beninato hit it perfectly.
Okay. Madam Clerk, who's next?
Yes, the next individual is Miguel Gabaldon. Miguel, you have been unmuted. I will start your time once you start speaking, and you'll hear the timer when your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we'll go forward.
We hear you.
I see heads nodding. Again, I did hope to speak to this last week, and I'm glad to have the chance to speak to this today. My concerns are definitely from a public safety standpoint, particularly in regards to enforcement, whether it's safety sensitive positions for employees like within the city of Santa Fe, or even the private sector, somebody working at PNM and being under the influence of marijuana while working on a safety sensitive project. We need to make sure that the employees in particular, in your case, the city of Santa Fe employees are able to report to duty, whether it's law enforcement, operating a dump truck, driving an ambulance, that they are able to report to duty without being under the influence. There are drug tests, and we need to make sure that there's a way to deal with that now that this another drug has become legal to use in our city, state, and country. Lastly, then coming up with some sort of method and working with the state and maybe the federal agencies, I don't know who else, to determine how you assess someone who's operating a vehicle and whether they're under the influence of cannabis. We have something that's a big problem in the state of New Mexico, DUI with alcohol, because we can measure that rather easily. We have at one point had the Batmobiles. I'm not sure if we're gonna have to come out with something that measures the components of cannabis to see how much is in a person's blood or body or wherever it travels through, because we had somebody who was in a crash on I-25 just outside of Santa Fe on La Bajada, who was suspected of being under the influence of marijuana when the individual drove into the back of a semi-truck and sustained injuries. I'm not sure if the people in the semi-truck were injured, but if that would have been a minivan with a family full with children and such, and they would have sustained injuries from a motorist under the influence of cannabis, that would not be something to experience. It's not too favorable. So I'm hoping that everybody in the enforcement area, public safety area, can come together to assess how another drug that does have some effect on people's ability to perform tasks, whether they're safety sensitive in the workplace or operating a vehicle, that we have some way to do that. Everybody says that people just smoke marijuana, stay home and eat, and then fall asleep in their couch. Well, they did because it was illegal. So now that it is legal, it'll be easier to do all this stuff while being out in public, possibly operating a vehicle or doing something safety sensitive in the workplace. So this will be a challenge, and I hope that the governing body with the other leaders in the state and other levels of government can come together to figure out how to manage this situation. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I think we have another hand.
Yes, we do. We have Ms. Amber Espinosa Trujillo, who would like to speak on cannabis. Ms. Espinosa Trujillo, I've unmuted you and I'll start your 3 minutes. You'll hear the timer when the 3 minutes is up, okay?
Yes. Ms. Bustos, I wasn't raising my hand for cannabis, but you had said there was 2, so I was raising my hand for the second.
Okay, perfect. Give us 1 moment. When we close the petitions for this item, I'll note that your hand is up for the next item, okay?
So I believe then we don't have anyone else who wishes to speak on cannabis. Is that correct?
That appears to be the case. There are no other hands up for cannabis at this time.
All right, so let's move to anyone who has just a petition from the floor on something other than cannabis, and we'll give everyone 2 minutes to speak on whatever is on their mind.
All right. So we will go with the 2-minute timer. At the 2 minutes, you will hear the alert, and then I will mute. And if everyone can just remember to state their name, that would be great. Thank you. And we'll start with Ms. Amber Espinosa Trujillo. There you go. You're all set.
Good evening, Amber Espinosa Trujillo, 3117 Syringa Rondo South, Santa Fe. Mayor and city councilors, I'm appalled that the city's employees are still waiting for repayment of their illegally furloughed monies. 90% of these employees are Hispanic and are owed up to $1,700 each. This is blatant discrimination and racism. You, Mayor, should be ashamed of yourself and your continued discriminatory behavior toward Hispanics. Whether it's destroying our traditions via fiestas, destroying the Soldiers Monument, taking our De Vargas statue, or just the way you talk about and ignore staff and their needs, you show disrespect and racism. The county clerk's office has stated that the errors of poll workers in the last election forced voters to rank all candidates in error and against the municipal charter for ranked choice voting. We wouldn't even be having this conversation with you because you would not have received the forced votes of people who didn't want you. We are working hard to educate voters this election that they are not required to write in all candidates. Names, only the ones they prefer. It is their choice. In this way, we hope to rid our city of your racist, divisive nature. Pay the employees back with interest. Do one thing right during your inept administration. And by the way, Mayor, there's Robert's Rules of Orders in almost any bookstore. You might want to read it because it's really sad that 3.5 years into your administration, you still can't run a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espinosa Trujillo. Ms. Stephanie Benanato, you can go ahead and unmute and I will start your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Stephanie Benanato. I just want everyone in this town to know that the City Recreation Department is keeping notebooks on not only patrons, but also workers. And that Liz Roybal testified under oath, and she is head of the pools, that she found these notebooks in her office 16 years ago and has kept them there. And that she adds internal emails sent by staff that the person who's being complained about doesn't even know about it, for the purpose of having them reviewed by the city attorney to see if they can throw that person out of the recreational facilities. This is absolutely outrageous, and I believe a violation of constitutional rights. In addition, I've asked to view those notebooks because I did ask for them in public records, how many, to see these notebooks. I was told there was none, but Ms. Roybal testified under oath that there were other notebooks, not just my notebook. I've also asked for an investigation both of Roybal and of Susie Seha, who both perjured themselves in front of the Human Rights Commission. And I think, again, that this is just outrageous that this type of thing happens. There is an order that the city entered into voluntarily. We had an agreement and it was made into an order in 2004 that said certain administrative records about myself were to be segregated and not made public. But there they were sitting in a notebook that anybody had access to. And again, what is this about personnel? And again, I requested to view a permit. It took me at least 6 requests to actually get an appointment. I finally got it this afternoon to go see it, this paper document. I was supposed to pay for it because the permit hadn't been scanned. It had been over 3 weeks, or approximately 3 weeks since the permit was issued. I thought we had immediate access to these permits.
Thank you, Ms. Benanato. Miguel Gabadon, it looks like you have your hand up for petitions from the floor.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and City Councilors. A couple of things I wanted to bring up also last week, but grateful today. Attended the Coffee with a Cop the other day at JW Windsor's coffee shop. Had great conversations with law enforcement staff, the captain, deputy captain, I forget the titles, but I was very pleased to see a couple of things in regards to what I consider loitering or abandonment of shopping carts on public sidewalks, one specifically on Richards Avenue across from Walgreens by Define Fitness. After having a conversation with a few of the folks at the gathering, the matter was removed so that way there wasn't an obstruction on a sidewalk. Difficult things people have to deal with. However, I think it's not a good thing to have objects in the way of people to be able to safely walk across a sidewalk. You would have to maybe step onto the curb into oncoming traffic and such. So I appreciate that this, I believe it was the city Santa Fe Police Department who took care of that. To that point, I'm also wanting to work with Councilor Cassett and Vigil Coppler in regards to moving forward with an ordinance regarding loitering on public rights of way. Again, more towards sidewalks where whatever it be, whether it's advertisement for a business, right now it's the big issue of shopping carts just being daisy chained together and left on sidewalks where then pedestrians aren't able to safely walk across the sidewalk without having to maybe step off the curb. And if you're on a wheelchair, which my dad is now because he sustained a pretty bad accident, if you're on a wheelchair and you don't have enough room to walk on the sidewalk because there's something in the way, whether it's a sign or shopping carts or whatever, those things need to be followed up on because then there's an issue with ADA and then people don't have reasonable access to negotiate public rights of way. If there's already an ordinance, then that's great, but if it's not, then something that needs to be looked into further, whether it's in the terms of loitering, again, even the gathering of people, that might be something to do. So thank you for your time, and have another great evening.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, there are no other hands raised for public comment. We do have a few individuals in the waiting room, but they don't have their hands up for public comment at this time. So if any individuals are in the waiting room and would like to speak for petitions from the floor, please raise your hand.
We do have a public hearing, so perhaps someone is in the waiting room for the public hearing. But if no one wants to avail themselves of the time right now, then according to the motion, we would revert to our agenda, the previous agenda. And if you could read us into that item, and Councilor Lindell, if you could take the chair for a few minutes, I'll be right back. But until then, if you could be in charge.
Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. The next item on the agenda is 11E. That is the decision to accept or reject the City Attorney Office's recommendation concerning case number 2021-3812, concurring with the Land Use Director's determination that an appeal filed by Julia Hosford Barnes of a short-term rental permit denial for 322 Otero Street does not conform with the requirements of the Santa Fe City Code and should be denied without a Board of Adjustment hearing. Assistant Attorney Michael Prince is available for this item.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to clarify what item we're on. I thought we were doing the next item was the consent calendar K, VK.
Madam Clerk? We still have an item left on the consent.
For clarification, that item was moved to the, okay, so for the July 28th meeting, item K was moved to the evening session. However, it was my understanding the motion that Councilor Rivera made was to take petitions from the floor and then resume the agenda where we were, which would take us back to item 11E.
11E.
11E, did you say?
Yes.
I don't know if it's 11.
I-
I'm looking at the old agenda.
I'm looking at the reconvening of July 28th meeting. I don't have an 11E.
So, yes, what we did at the beginning of the meeting was vote to go back to the July 28th agenda. So using the July 28th agenda, we are on item 11E. If you were looking at tonight's agenda, it
Got it.
would have been item 4E. I don't know which agenda.
I'm back, Councilor Lindell. I think 11E is the 11D was the one we took up regarding Dalkia. D as in dog or David, as we said at the time. Now we're on to 11E, which has to do with the city attorney's recommendation regarding a short-term rental permit.
And just for clarification, Mayor,
Yes,
that is on the governing body regular meeting, 7/28/21. Do you
It
get
is.
it, Counselor Villarreal?
that is correct.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
So is there we can certainly discuss and debate. Is there a motion on the floor? Did I miss that, Councilor Lindell? Did somebody make a motion?
We didn't get there yet.
Okay, maybe if we had a motion on the floor, we would guide our discussion. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
And there's a motion to, I guess in this case, to accept. I would take that as an accept, the motion, when you say approve, to accept the city attorney's office's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Romero Worth moved to accept the city attorney office's recommendation concerning the case about the short-term rental permit, and it was seconded by Counselor Cassett. Mr. Prinz, do you want to present on this item, please?
Yes. Mayor Weber, members of the governing body, this comes to you by statute, section 14-317D6. This section requires this land use director to review all appeals for conformity with the requirements for land use appeals. And in this case, the appeal in question was from a homeowner, Miss Julia Hosford Barnes, applied for a short-term rental permit in March of this year. That application was denied on the basis that the neighboring property, that's when on, I think, 328 Otero Street is within 50 feet of 322 Otero, Miss Barnes's property. And under the current short-term rental ordinance, the land use director is not allowed to issue permits when that condition exists. So the land use director, Ms. Barnes appealed that denial, and the land use director reviewed the appeal and decided that it does not conform with the requirements for appeals, in that it does not present one of the three required bases for an appeal, and that's in section 14-3.17 A2 has the three reasons why appeals can be must conform with. And Ms. Barnes's appeal, it requests relief from the 50-foot rule, and it notes that she did have a permit in the past, but it had lapsed, and she had reapplied, and it was considered a new application, and Ms. Barnes was asking if that could be, because of the COVID complications, if her application could be considered not new, or if there could be some kind of waiver to the rule, but there is not a waiver in the ordinance. And so that's why she didn't really present a legal basis for her appeal, and that's what the land use director determined, and that's what the city attorney's office agreed with, and that's why I'm here before you recommending that you accept the determination of the land use director. And if I could stand for questions, if you have any questions at this time.
I think that's very helpful, Mr. Prinz. Are there questions for Mr. Prinz at this time? Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mike. I just want to clarify. So when a resident is being notified that they haven't renewed their permit, what do they receive?
Thank you, Councilwoman Villarreal, Mayor Weber. So it's my understanding that the land use department sends letters to permit holders when their permit is when the time to renew is coming up. They send a reminder, hey, the time to come to renew is coming up, please renew. Then there's another letter sent. There's like a grace period that they have to either renew by or not renew. Then the second letter is sent out. It's my understanding a second letter sent out and saying, hey, the deadline's coming up, you have to renew or it's going to lapse. And I think after that, once the time passes to renew, as far as I know, the land use department does not send out another letter saying, hey, your permit has lapsed. It just has, and It then goes back to the land use department and they can issue it to whoever's next in line, if there is a line, because there is a permit cap, as you know.
Right, right, okay. And then the other question I had, how would someone know where to look to determine if their appeal meets the 3 reasons, the code reasons that you outlined? How would they know where to look? Do we direct them to that language?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal. No, we provide the form, the appeal petition, and we direct people to the ordinance itself to make them aware of the requirements. We do not provide legal guidance to them. And I don't think the land use department does much more than that, than kind of say, here's the form, here's what the rules say, and you're welcome. You have to submit within 15 days. It's that type of thing. I think general information, but not much more than that.
Okay, I guess I asked this because it's if someone didn't know where to look, how would they know those 3 reasons? I mean, I understand why the land use director didn't think the COVID reason was valid. I'm just wondering these 3 reasons that someone would have to go by to make so that the appeal would be even considered. I'm just not sure how anyone would find that, how they would know. So then we would not allow an appeal because they never would know what to say. Do you see what I mean? I'm just
sure.
As a layman person, as someone that doesn't know, like I didn't even know there was 3 reasons. I knew there were certain reasons why we wouldn't consider it, but I don't know. I'm just confused about that. Like, how do we need to do better about directing people to understand what if they meet those 3 reasons.
Sure, if I may, Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal. Yeah, certainly a layperson may not have the legal expertise to put in the exact language in their appeal, but I think as long as somebody presents a basis, like they have to sort of say something in their appeal that speaks to one of these three grounds for appeal. So if they say, hey, I disagree that I think you applied the 50-foot rule incorrectly. I think my house is not within 50 feet, or that's just an example. As long as it's sort of clear that they have a legal basis for their appeal, rather than simply, I think you should change your mind about this, or I think that's just unfair. That there has to be something a little more than that. There has to be something that we can discern that, whether we agree or not, that's not even the question, but something that where we can discern there's a valid legal basis for their appeal. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Remind us the 3 reasons. You just said 1. What were the other 2?
Sure. So the first, there's the 3 reasons are, the first is to contest non-compliance of a final action with Chapter 14. And that was not the case in this case. The second is to contest the application of Chapter 14. And that would probably be more the case where, hey, I think you applied the rule wrong, or whatever the rule may be. And the last one is to appeal the decision lacking substantial evidence to support it. So if we don't want the land use director just making arbitrary decisions, but they have to be supported by evidence. But if somebody disagrees, hey, I don't think you have enough evidence for that, they can then appeal.
And then in this case, it was asking for a waiver due to COVID?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal, Ms. Barnes, she, like I said, she noted that she had a permit in the past, that it had lapsed, and she had gotten notice of that, but I'm not sure exactly why she did not, I guess, renew that permit within time because of COVID. And I think just the market in short-term rentals had collapsed momentarily or temporarily. Maybe thought it wasn't even, she didn't need to get a permit because he couldn't rent it out. And I can't speak for her, but yeah, she did basically asked for some forgiveness, I guess, if you will, because of COVID. But she did not present a legal basis for the request or say, hey, I think you applied Chapter 14 incorrectly in my case. And that's why the director made the determination that he did.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Garcia, and then Councilor Vihel Coppler. And then Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Prince, for being here with us tonight. Just got a couple quick questions. When we notify folks that their application is being rejected, and I apologize if you mentioned this to Councilwoman Villarreal, but do we give the information that if should you want to appeal, here's the information and provide them that guidance? Or is it just we're denying you and that's all that's in the letter?
Thank you, Councilor Garcia, Mayor Weber. To answer your question, I'm actually not sure. I'd have to ask the land use department. I think they do tell people why their application was denied. Whether or not they informed them, hey, you have the right to appeal this, I don't know. I'd have to ask them, and I could ask them and get back to you on that question for sure. Yeah, I'll be happy to do that because I don't know if they do that or not.
Okay, I just, I think it's information that's critical for folks should they want to appeal. And I agree with Councilwoman Villarreal. They shouldn't have to dig through our city website, whatever it may be, to try to figure out who they connect with should they want to appeal. I mean, so yeah, if you can clarify that for me, that'd be awesome. Are there any types of waivers that land use department has given in the past? And I know this is a very broad question, but has the land use department issued any type of waivers in the past for anything, whether it be short-term rental permits, any other type of permits issued by the land use department?
Councilor Garcia, Mayor Weber, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I'm not aware of any waivers. There's nothing in the ordinance that allows for a waiver of just sort of discretionary waiver. So I don't think that has been done in the past. I would have to go back and ask, I guess, the land use department if that has been done before, but not to my knowledge, it's never been done.
Okay. Then my last question, in regards to the property, might you know how long the property at 328 Otero has been operating? And my question is, was there a point in time when 322 and 328 were both operating, and because there wasn't the enforcement rule in place, they were quote unquote potentially grandfathered in? So I didn't know if you had any clarification on that.
Councilor Garcia, I don't know when 328 got its permit, or if there was a time when both of them had permits. But that's also something I could find out pretty easily, I think, when the permits were issued. So I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Prince. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. We have Councilor Vihel Coppler has the floor, followed by Councilor Lindell.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Prince the same question. I think it's important to know when 328 Otero got their permit, because if 322 had a permit that wasn't expired yet, then 328 might have gotten approved erroneously because of the 50-foot rule. So I think we should know that. I was wondering why when Ms. Barnes applied for a permit on March 2nd, why did it take till June 3rd to deny it?
Just thank you, Councilor Beal Coppler, Mayor Weber. I don't know the answer to that question. I can also, we'll have to ask the land use director or land use department why it did take that amount of time. So I wasn't even aware of this case until the land use director notified our office, the city attorney's office, about the appeal, his determination on the appeal. I did not process the application or the short-term rental application, so I could find out or ask at least, if you like.
Well, I think these are important questions. So the next question is, when did Ms. Barnes' application, or when did her short-term rental permit expire, and how does that compare to the grandfathering that was allowed and written into the ordinance when these new rules became effective?
Thank you, Councilor Bill Coppler, Mayor Weber. I don't know the exact date of when the permit for 322 expired. I believe it was sometime in 2020. I think the land use department, the March, I think, and I'm sorry because I'm not super familiar with how the land use department operates, but I think they start sending out letters at like in the beginning of the year, and then I think in March, the first deadline is in March, and then and then if you don't renew, the second deadline is like April. There's like a 30-day grace period, from my understanding. So March to April is the renewal period for all the permits. And I don't know, but I don't know the exact date of when the permit lapsed. It probably would have lapsed back in 2020, like around March or April, if it was not renewed.
Okay, I think those are really important things to know, and I would expect to know before I vote. But I see that Noah Burke is in the room, so I don't know if Noah knows anything about this, but I would like to ask.
Mr. Burke, can you shed any light on the questions that have been asked about process and timing and the permits that were lapsed and so on? I think there's a chronology that council members would like to see if you have any information on.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. Good evening. I have been listening on this this item. I'm not super familiar with it. However, what I would say is that we do have a 30-day grace period, and we start sending out letters beginning in January, and there's hundreds and hundreds of permits, and our staff, we only have 2 staff who are reviewing all those permits for compliance, including renewals and new permit applications. So they give them 30 days if they miss the deadline in March to renew a permit. And then if they miss that deadline, then there's a firm deadline after that in April where we cannot issue permits after that date. So that's kind of the chronological order. I heard a question earlier about asking how we inform an applicant if they've been denied a permit. We usually send them something saying their permit is denied, or we call them up and we tell them the reasons why. We do ask applicants, and we do inform them of the ordinance and the restrictions within the ordinance for a short-term rental permit. And we do try to inform them that if you don't agree with our decision, you do have the option to appeal, but there is an appeal period of, I believe, 15 days from a decision made by the land use director, in which case you would file. And that's also across the board for building permits as well. And you can file. And if you miss that deadline, then you've missed the appeal period, and there's no way to prolong or to extend that appeal period time because it's written in our ordinances as such. And then also, we haven't issued any waivers that I'm aware of to the short-term rental ordinance. We've tried to be uniform across the board with how we treat these and how we process these, so that there isn't any special treatment that waivers could be a discretionary item, and there's no waivers built into our city code right now.
Thank you. So we recently had a case come before us where a permit was issued erroneously. And that permit still is in existence and expires December. I believe it's December of this year. So I really think it's important to know, because of that experience, when 328 Otero got their permit approved. And was it indeed within the 50-foot? Did it follow all the requirements? I want to make sure that 328 Otero, who apparently got, well, maybe I don't know if they were grandfathered in or did they apply for a new permit? So I would want to be sure who got the 50-foot permission first or approval first. That's what I want to know. Because if it's anything like the last appeal we had, then we got some more talking to do.
Mr. Burt, I don't assume you have that information at your fingertips, however.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilors, Councilor Vigil Koppler. I did try to look in our InterGov program as we were speaking about this. Unfortunately, this platform is unable to show me the short-term rental permit issue date and expiration date, and which was issued first. So I am unable to answer that question for you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess I will say I'm not prepared to vote on this tonight because I don't think there's enough information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I see a hand up from Counselor Lindell and a hand up from Counselor Merriworth. We'll go in that order.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify that we're being asked whether this complied with our requirements for appeal. That's the question that we're being asked.
Do you want that? Are you posing?
I'd like Mr. Prince to confirm now.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber. Yes, the question before you is, do you agree with the determination by the land use director that the appeal does not conform to the rules for appeals? So yes, you are correct that as to what you just stated.
Okay, I think that some of these other questions are interesting, but they're not what we're being asked to determine tonight. The packet's pretty clear that that's the question that we're being asked. I just wanted to clarify that. I could ask some other questions about the circumstances of why the permit was given up, or did they get the proper notice with renewal? But that's not the question that we're being asked to determine tonight. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to just ask that question.
Thank you, Counselor. And Counselor Merriworth, you have the floor next.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo Counselor Lindell's statement and point everybody to page 2 of the packet, and specifically the analysis, which says that pursuant to our code, land use appeals may only be filed for one or more of 3 specific reasons: to contest noncompliance of a final action with Chapter 14, or sections 3-21-1 through 3-21-14 of New Mexico state law. The second reason is to contest the application of Chapter 14. And the third reason that you can seek an appeal is a decision lacking substantial evidence to support it. Now, we're not asking, so the reason that we don't have a lot of what we're asking about is we're not being asked to make a decision about the merits of the case. What we're being asked is, did this person comply with what's required to be granted an appeal? And according to the city attorney's office, and I'll read it from page 2, this case, the appeal does not cite any of these 3 required reasons for appeal. Rather, it requests a waiver of the 50 feet proximity limitation, or to have the permit application considered a renewal of the prior permit because of unforeseen consequences of COVID-19. These requests do not fall within the 3 grounds for appeals mentioned above. First, this is not a case of non-compliance of a final action with Chapter 14. Second, the appeal does not contest the application of Chapter 14 because the appellant does not claim that 322 Otero is outside of the 50 feet radius of another permitted property. In fact, the appellant acknowledges being aware of the 50 feet rule and requests a waiver to the rule because she didn't know that the permit had lapsed and that the COVID-19 pandemic effectively stopped them from renting out their STR unit in 2020. As the land use director pointed out, there are no existing code provisions in Chapter 14 that allow for such waiver. Third and finally, the appellant does not claim that denial was lacking substantial evidence to support it. So what we're being asked here is very narrow. And I had one other thought on this. And I guess I would just remind us that we did spend a good part of 2020 getting serious about our short-term rental regulations and rules, and putting some teeth and some enforcement capability behind it. And this is what's, we're going to have some of these things happen. And we are getting serious because we have a serious problem with short-term rentals in this community, and we have heard complaints, which is why we acted. So I just want to echo Councilor Lindell. We are not being asked to decide on the merits. We are being asked whether this applicant met the grounds, the 3 grounds that you can have to seek an appeal. And according to the city attorney's analysis, they did not. And while that's unfortunate, that is what we're being asked. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councilor Vihil Coppler and a hand up from Councilor Garcia. So we'll go in that order.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councilor Lindell and Councilor Romero Wirth lording over our questions and steering us in the right direction. But we do have a right to ask questions, and we have had mistakes made by our planning and land use director, and maybe we should have asked more questions. However, it's important to ask these questions because I don't view the decision before us so narrowly. When and if this or any other appeal would go to district court, that would be de novo. So they would, district courts aren't bound by, the narrowly defined parameters that were just spoken of. And so it behooves us to ask these questions because should any of these, and if this one were to go to district court, there would be numerous questions. And so I think it's also our role to find out as much as we can, not to say that it's wrong or right, but that's where we deliberate. If we're going to narrowly say, yes, we accept the city attorney's recommended motions, one way or the other, then we're not, I think we're not exploring into these issues as much as we could. And the other thing we're learning is that perhaps we can create better customer service. There's nothing wrong with that. And so some of Councilor Villarreal's questions are right on point. We can learn from everything that we do. And so, thanks for the advice, but I think it's important to, as counselors, that we be free to ask whatever questions we feel necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And now Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Prince, I'm assuming it's because of protocol, the rules around this process that the appellant doesn't have the opportunity to come before us to provide any additional clarification? Or why is it they can't come and, plead their case, so to speak, in front of us?
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Mayor Weber. Yes, so this per the ordinance, this item is only up for discussion by the governing body. So it does not provide for a period or a public input or for the appellant themselves to provide commentary or public comment. So it's just basically by the ordinance that it's only a discussion matter.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Prince, because I think there is, some information here that if gotten by the appellant, it could be critical to the matter, because I do see, I think it's on page 2, that second to last paragraph where it mentions that they didn't know the permit had lapsed. And, so my question would have been, did they try to, I'm assuming they didn't know it had lapsed until after the new rule had taken effect, because they applied in January or March. Because this is where I would like to know, did they know that these new rules were coming into place and they couldn't then operate within 50 feet of another operator? And again, if we find out that the property at 328 Otero, and this is a hypothetical, but let's say hypothetically 2020, they were grandfathered in, they were operating, and so was 322. As long as they would have reapplied, both would have been in compliance. And I think the challenge here is, I would like to know from the applicant, when did they finally notice that they didn't have a permit? It says that they didn't know that the permit had lapsed and the pandemic effectively stopped them. So I think we hit this perfect storm, and this is where this body comes in to determine these perfect storms. And there's the mechanism to further allow for the applicant to plead their case, which is to give it a full hearing. And I believe that's the best case for this. You've got to give the applicant the opportunity to present the case. I think there's more information needed in regards to the other property that's prohibiting this property from becoming short-term rental. I completely agree with my colleague in regards to the teeth we put behind this, behind the ordinances. But I think given the circumstances where we do hear from the appellant's own words that they didn't know that it had lapsed, they should be afforded due process to go to a hearing and then let that body determine what the outcome be. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I don't see any other hands that are before me at this time. Anybody want to speak to this issue before we call for the vote? I don't see any other hands. So
The motion.
yes, I can, well, the city clerk can do it. I have it, but I'll bow to the city clerk. Could you give us the motion, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, it was to accept the attorney's office decision for the city attorney's office recommendation. So this motion was to accept the attorney's office decision. The motion was made by Councilor Romero Worth, and it was the second was from Councilor Cassett.
Thank you. So the motion says accept the city attorney office's recommendation, which would not move this to a hearing before the Board of Adjustment. So with that, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Coppler,
No,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
No.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prinz. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item on the agenda is item F, 11F, which is request for approval of contract amendment for the Housing Trust Mortgage Reduction Assistance Contract. It's 19-24-P, to extend the term of performance through June 30th, 2022, and increase the amount of compensation by $200,000 for a total contract amount of $357,500. Alexandra Ladd, our Director of Office of Affordable Housing, is available for this item.
Before we hear from Director Ladd, can I get a motion on this?
Move to approve.
I heard Councilwoman Villarreal making the motion. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, do you want to second that?
Yes.
Thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second. Ms. Ladd, do you want to give us a presentation or an overview of what this item entails?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is a contract extension for the Housing Trust to be able to fund down payment assistance loans. We call it a mortgage reduction program, and this means that the borrower is able to get a lower mortgage amount, thus reducing their monthly housing costs. So it's a really important source of support for homebuyers. This particular contract, the Housing Trust acts as the pass-through entity, so none of these funds remain with the organization. They are all passed through to the homebuyer.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Ladd, Director Ladd? Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes. Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia. Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to item G?
Yes, item 11G is request for approval of contract amendment to the HomeWise Homeownership Services Contract. It was RFP 18/54/P to extend the term of performance through June 30th, 2022, and increase the amount of compensation by $190,000 for a total contract amount of $380,000. Again, Ms. Alexandra Ladd, the Director of Office of Affordable Housing, is available for this item.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler made the original motion. It was seconded by Councilor Romero Worth. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up. Do you want to just proceed with questions, or do you want to hear from Director Ladd first?
Yeah, sorry. Have Director Ladd speak. I just had a correction. Thanks.
Okay. Director Ladd, do you want to give us a quick overview, or doesn't have to be quick? Do you want to give us an overview of what this item entails?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll give you the same overview for this item and the next item as well, which is the same contract except for the Housing Trust in a different amount. These are fee for services contracts. So unlike the previous item, these are administrative contracts where the nonprofit is providing a service to the community and also a service directly to the city. And in return, every quarter, the service provider submits a report to the city with their invoice. So we know exactly how many people they're serving, the value of all of the accumulated equity and loans that the borrowers are taking out, the addresses of the homes, the configurations of the household. So we get a lot of data from these contracts. But the most important aspect of these contracts for my day-to-day operations of my office are that these two nonprofits will assist for-profit builders who are subject to the Santa Fe Homes Program inclusionary requirements. So when a developer is doing a market rate project and they are required by our inclusionary zoning program to provide 20% affordable units. They work with either the Housing Trust or HomeWise, or sometimes both of them, to get their income certified buyers who are mortgage ready and excited to buy a house. And without the help of the nonprofits, it would be really difficult to manage this program. And from the developer's point of view, it greatly reduces their marketing costs, because they basically call up one of the nonprofits and say, I've got this house in this income category, and then they are provided a buyer. And because the home buyer training and counseling programs are so rigorous, for the most part, these deals don't fall through at the last minute. Once people are mortgage ready, they are mortgage ready, because there's no profit motive for getting somebody into a loan. It's people get into loans because they're ready for the loan. And sometimes the service provided through these programs is to tell somebody, you're not quite ready to buy a house. Let's get on a budget. Let's get on a spending plan. Let's do some financial fitness classes. So both organizations provide this service. This is the fourth year of a 4-year procurement. Next spring, we will do another RFP to put it out there and see if any other providers are available and willing to provide the service. I like having 2 providers in the community because it gives people choice. Each organization has a slightly different style, even though some of the services overlap. They also provide unique services. As I like to say, it's not as if we only have one grocery store here in Santa Fe, so it's nice to give people a choice. And maybe next year when we do this RFP, we will have another service provider to add to the mix. But these contracts are very important to the functioning of my office. So I appreciate that. And I believe that Councilor Villarreal noticed something on one of the documents that she wanted to ask about.
Very good. Thank you, Director. And Councilman Villarreal, with that, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Director Ladd. It was just a correction on in the packet material. The procurement adjustment form shows an increase of 190,000, not 380,000. So if staff could just make that correction so that our paperwork is correct and that we know that there was an increase. It was actually doubling the amount. And I think that's it. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for this item and for Director Ladd? Anyone? If not, we have a motion. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Mijo Koppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. And could you then read the next item, which Director Ladd has already spoken to, but we need to take up independently?
Yes, the next item is 11H. It's request for approval of contract amendment to the Housing Trust Homeownership Services Contract. This was RFP 18/54/P to extend the term of performance through June 30th, 2022, and increase the amount of compensation by $110,000 for a total contract amount of $220,000. Again, Alexandra Ladd, our Director of Office of Affordable Housing, is available for this item.
Could I get a motion? Councilor Vio Koppler has moved to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Villarreal has seconded it. Oh, Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up. You have it. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have another correction for this. The procurement total on page 30 doesn't match the request, so it should indicate that the increased amount of compensation was 110,000 for a total contract amount of 220,000. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Other questions or comments? I have one, Director Ladd. Maybe you could give us an overview, because this is the third of a series of items. each of which is a substantial increase in these contracts. And I'm wondering if you could step back rather than addressing each one individually and provide a little context for these increases, how they have come about, what they represent in terms of our commitment to affordable housing. It appears that this is implementing a lot of the conversations we've had over the last year about really making a significant increased commitment to the city's role in providing assistance for people who are looking for or providing affordable housing.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. These three contracts, actually the two homeownership contracts, we normally, at the beginning of each fiscal year, we start off with a brand new contract. So the only reason these ones are getting amended is that our procurement director asked us, she felt like it was a better practice to, once you do an RFP 1 year, that you just continue to amend the contract that was awarded through that RFP. So that is a new practice for us, actually. So we are not increasing that contract to expand services. We're just continuing another year for those. But the housing trust, the mortgage principal buy down contract, as well as the 4 housing contracts that were on the committee schedule leading up to last week and approved on the consent calendar, those do represent an expanded commitment on the city's behalf. Last year, when the budget adjustment was made to add $1.8 million to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that bundle of contracts represents that the city's expanded support for those programs, recognizing how important it is to support all kinds of housing needs, from the homeless to the homeowner.
So I don't want to belabor the point, but the good news here is both the things that were on consent and the items we're voting on now, in one way or another, represent our ongoing, or in some cases increased, affordable housing advocacy and support directly through your office. So you are getting the money out where it can help people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is the intent, and it's also to the credit of the governing body that that increase was made to the budget, and that's just really terrific. And I also appreciate all the support from the nonprofit providers and the advocacy groups in the community, who I think spent a lot of time bending everyone's ear on the governing body about how important this funding is.
Thank you. Thanks for the context. Much appreciated. Questions or comments from any other members of the governing body? If not, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you, Director Ladd. Appreciate your being here. Now, Madam Clerk, I think you can walk us through. We, as noted previously, took up I and J on Wednesday night.
Yes, that is correct. Item I was a request to publish notice of public hearing for August 11th. That was approved by the governing body at the July 28th meeting, as was item J, a request to publish notice of public hearing for August 25th. And then I do want to note that the Midtown overview was removed from the agenda at the time. And so now that takes us to item, which would be item 13, matters from the city manager.
Madam City Manager, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to report in real quick about the job fair we had this weekend. We had over 100 people show up on Saturday to participate in the job fair at the GCCC. We have 57 jobs posted right now. And so this is one of our ongoing steps to try and fill some of these hard to fill open positions. The next step is going to be working towards a rapid hire event. This was, again, trying to get folks aware and connected into the city operation And then we'll be working on a rapid hire event. But interest is high and the follow-up continues. So I just wanted to share that quick update. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martinez, matters from the city attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any matters tonight.
Thank you, sir. So, Madam Clerk, where we do not go to the executive session as asked previously for clarification by Councilor Rivera, and perhaps we are deferring on item, you tell me, Madam Clerk, what are we doing with 15A?
Mayor, it was my understanding that the item was not to be heard this evening.
Okay, do we need to have a motion to postpone or table? What do we need to do with that? Nothing, just let it sit? Parliamentarian?
Sorry, Mayor, couldn't find the mute button. We were not ready to take any action on this.
Okay. Madam, I believe then that takes us to 16, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, I do have, Mayor and City Councilors, I do have a quick update. On the City Clerk side, we had several deadlines. So I just want to note that we had several candidates that were approved, their nominating petition signatures were approved. I would like to just read those into the record. We had Brian Patrick Gutierrez, Carol Romero Worth, Lee Garcia, Amanda Camille Chavez, and Rebecca Romero. Their nominating petition documents were provided to the Santa Fe County Clerk, and they were all in order to be placed on the ballot for the November 2nd election. I do just want to note that candidates who are seeking public campaign financing, their nominating petitions were due on July 19th. So I would like to note that, and then also mention that we had several candidates qualify for public campaign financing. The individuals that were certified for public campaign financing were Brian Patrick Gutierrez, Carol Romero Worth, Lee Garcia, and Amanda Camille Chavez. So on the clerk side, I just wanted to note that quick update, and also just wanted to thank staff for some events that the Community Engagement Department has been participating in, including the fire events, which were largely successful. I want to really thank our fire department for their assistance, both for the kids' cool downs and then also their participation with the Paul Tall Magician. Sorry, that's a mouthful. Those events were on the Southside Library, at the Southside Library, and Sparky the fire dog, as well as members of our fire department participated in that event. And then I also just want to thank the Opera and Kiwanis for partnering with the Community Engagement Department for Opera in the Park. We had one yesterday, which was very well attended. And then we had another one today. Those events will continue next weekend on Sunday and Monday at the Santa Fe Place Mall. So those are my updates from both sides from both departments, and that is all I have.
Thank you. That takes us to communications from the governing body.
I have a question, Mayor.
Oh, Councilor Lindell.
Madam Clerk, I'm just curious how with the petition signatures, how those can be certified before everyone's, all candidates are turned in case there's duplicates.
The county clerk certified those and then returned them back to the city clerk. That was partly because of the public campaign financing, and then also because, as the county clerk mentioned in communication, she would be accepting nominating petition signatures from candidates until August 24th. However, due to public campaign financing and the $5 contribution timelines, she certified those individuals after the July 19th deadline.
Okay,
So the-
it doesn't, it doesn't really completely answer my question, but I heard what you said.
Yes, the county clerk did certify those petitions in writing. And I don't know if there's additional information I can provide or the county clerk can provide for clarification. Okay.
Thank you. Matters, then communications from the governing, Councilwoman Villarreal.
I'm sorry to belabor this, but I'm trying to figure out what happened to Karen Gross's item that was on consent calendar, was item K, related to the replace Marcy roof, where it is on the agenda.
Oh.
Yes, Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, if I may, after communications from the governing body, we'll move into the evening session. The item was at the July 28th meeting. The motion was to move that item to the evening session. So we have that item there. It'll be heard, and then we will go to appointments, since we jumped to petitions from the floor with an agenda amendment from Councilor Rivera tonight.
Thank you for the clarification. I just don't want her to wait forever.
Absolutely. No, her item will be immediately following communications from the governing body. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you for noting that as well. So let's move forward with communications from the governing body, noting the time is 10:50 and we have some more work to do tonight. Communications from the governing body includes the introduction of legislation, and I will begin, Councilwoman Villarreal, with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm introducing a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer and wine at the Montezuma Pocket Park for a celebration of George R.R. Martin's birthday on September 18th and 19th, 2021. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sponsoring a resolution proclaiming severe extreme drought conditions exist in the city of Santa Fe, imposing fire restrictions between August 11th and September 9th, 2021, restricting the sale or use of fireworks within the city of Santa Fe and prohibiting other fire hazard activities. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have two introductions. I have a resolution approving the design and installation plan for banners supporting the Food Depot's 10th annual Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive, as well as a resolution finding the building and premises located at 3003 Calle Caballero to be ruined, damaged, and dilapidated, and a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, and safety, ordering the owner of record of 3003 Calle Caballero to remove the building, rubbish, and debris from the municipality, providing that if the owner of record of 3003 Calle Caballero does not remove the building, rubbish, and debris, the city of Santa Fe shall remove the building, rubbish, and debris and have a lien on the property. A couple other pieces. I wanted to thank the fire department for one more event that they came out to. They were at the Music on the Plaza last Tuesday, and they had their truck out for the kids, and definitely was a hit. My son very, very much enjoyed it and is still talking about it today. So really, it was wonderful. They were so great and really provided a lot of joy for the families out there. So I wanted to thank them for coming out and being there. I did also want to put to talk just briefly, since it's so late, about what's going on with COVID. And at the moment, we are seeing the surge in cases with the Delta variant. And a couple things to think about. I did want to speak to the clerk and the city manager thinking about our meetings. And I know that we were looking to move to in-person meetings and really talk about that consideration. I'm a little concerned with the way that things are moving with the Delta variant, with some of the reports coming out that people who are fully vaccinated are able to contract and pass it on. And especially with school starting, I believe this week, and our kids aren't vaccinated. So then also encouraging everybody, if you are eligible to be vaccinated, if you have not been vaccinated, please go get vaccinated. It really does not just protect you, but it protects our entire community, and it helps decrease the spread. And then also really considering and thinking about masking again. And there's been a lot of recommendations for masking. I understand that Santa Fe County is not at the levels that the CDC frequently has been stating in terms of transmission, but I always say about prevention that the whole point of prevention is to prevent something from happening. So we don't wait until it happens to do the preventative measures. We actually try to do those ahead of time. So really thinking about masking again, and then speaking with the city clerk and the city manager, just wanted to put that bug in your guys' ears to, I think that we need to reconsider our plans that we currently have on the books to be increasing in person, and potentially even be looking at, unfortunately, I would say pulling city council back, governing body back to Zoom. So just wanted to state those items. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to echo what Councilor Cassett said. Please, please, please get vaccinated. If your children are eligible to be vaccinated, please get them vaccinated. School starts really, really soon. And the numbers around the country they're increasing in a way that is so scary right now. Please, if your children are eligible to be vaccinated, please have them vaccinated. And if you're eligible to be vaccinated and you haven't been, please get vaccinated. We need for that to happen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Nothing this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And to you, Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to, I guess, introduce legislation, an ordinance amending section 9-3.6 SFCC 1987 to allow electronic signature for seed money contributions on the required forms, amending section 9-3.7 of SFCC 1987 to allow electronic signatures for qualifying contributions on the required forms, and amending section 9-3.12 of SFCC 1987 to allow electronic signatures for qualified small contributions. Just want to remind folks, this is the last weekend of Joe Hayes's storytelling career. So if you've got time, head on up to the Will Wright Museum. Maybe you'll join me. I think we're heading up Saturday night, 7 p.m. at the Will Wright, and Sunday night at Will Wright. As well, want to wish all the kiddos going back to school on Friday. Kind of weird to send them back to school on Friday, but hey, they're going to be back in it. And just want to wish them all the best with the new school year ahead of them. And then lastly, I do want to thank the city manager for sending along the update in regards to the audit. But I still would like to request a briefing be given in an executive session, just because it allows for us to ask questions. I think that's completely beneficial for us when we're able to know fully what's going on and be able to ask questions and get answers in real time. So hopefully we can get that scheduled in our next executive session meeting. With that, no other comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And Counselor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to revisit the explain my vote. I thought we only had 1 minute to explain our vote. Is that still the case, or Mayor, can we go as long as we want?
Mr. City Marcos, as the city attorney's delegate, what are the parameters for explaining one's vote?
Mr. Mayor, I'm afraid that I'm not versed in what the exception is in this case. Robert's rules actually recommends not allowing explaining votes, but the governing body has the ability to have amended rules or basically particularized rules. And I do know this came up because I discussed it with Aaron at some point in time, but I don't know what the time limit was, and you'll have to forgive me.
So I recall when we discussed it, and I think the recommendation from you, Mayor, was to allow 1 minute to explain a vote. So I just wanted to know if we're sticking with that based on your recommendation to the council when that came up, or are we going to take as much time as we need?
I guess we'll review it and at our next meeting, discuss which way to go.
Okay, thank you. The next thing I got a notice that the softball de Santa Fe was without lights tonight for their game. And I don't know what happened. I'm not sure where they play. Some of you may know that. But the information I have is that the people who inquired were told it was going to take 2 to 3 weeks to fix. So city manager, it would be important, I think, for you to, if you would, to follow up on this. And actually, I would like to see the city manager. Could you get on camera? Thank you. So I don't know if you know that or if anybody's called you. Apparently they had games tonight at 6:30, 7:30 and 8:30 or something like that. So we have a problem and they're not very happy.
Which field?
I'm not sure. It's softball de Santa Fe and I don't know where they play, but I'm
To
sure.
the MRC.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Lindell. And so, so that's that. Now I want to talk about the skate park at Genoviva Chavez. City manager, you remember that I think it was March 2020, I sent photos of all the graffiti that was out there, complaints that were coming in from parents because some of the graffiti is very pornographic. And so we're now in 2021 and I was happy with the response you gave that, you know, we weren't going to be painting much over it because the paint doesn't last and maybe it's not even good for the surface, but that there's a group that was going to paint a mural on the skate park. And I thought that was a great idea. I've been waiting. Meanwhile, the graffiti continues and parents are saying they are not wanting to take their kids or allow their kids there because it's very graphic. And you still probably have the photos. But now I learned from a communication we got from our Arts Commission director that they had painted a mural on the backside of Genoviva Chavez Center, which I think is fine. But I asked the director, well, what happened to the skate park mural? And she said she was never informed. And so I'm disappointed because I've been waiting for something to happen with that skate park, as are many parents. And as you know, the Olympics is on now and they like to perfect their craft and it's something that our youth can do, but they still have to go to a skate park, which continues to be graffitied. And I'm disappointed that direction wasn't given to our arts director that perhaps maybe that mural on the skate park should have received priority because we've talked about this. And so I hope that you can revisit that. I told her I was going to bring it up and she agrees, you know, the skate park would be a fine mural to paint and for the reasons that are probably very important to our youth and to the parents. So I'd like to maybe have you follow up on this and I'd like to know what's going to happen. And I would like that skate park to get priority. Then it brings me to the discussion about murals. And so, you know, there's a mural there, which is in my district. I was never informed that that was going to happen. There's the mural already being worked on Salvador Pettis building. And I've seen somewhere that there's going to be a mural painted on the backside of the Community Convention Center downtown. So I am wondering, and I think that we should, as a governing body, have some kind of say-so about what murals are going up in our city. I gave a bunch of ideas to our arts director about what I think the murals should depict, especially on our sports centers. And so, but that's just my opinion. But I would like to have a discussion about why murals are going up all over town and we're not having any say-so in them. And I really believe that we should, and I probably will come forth with a resolution to that effect. I don't know, I think it's important. And then the next thing, I agree, I would like to have an update on the audit. I would like to know what's going on. I would like to know why we're late. Again, are we gonna meet, and I guess I'll just ask, are we gonna meet the August deadline?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, as far as I aware, as of last week, we are on track to meet our obligations.
Are we gonna meet the August deadline?
We are on, our last meeting was on Thursday and we were on track. And so we meet every week to track our progress. It goes over to our external auditors now for their review. And so every day is work that gets done. And we are working as hard as we can to make sure we meet that deadline.
Am I allowed to call the auditors to find out?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay.
I would have to defer to.
So the next item I want to ask about is the AS400 going out. I understand that there's ways for us to know whether our equipment is functioning. And I'm not sure if there's an alarm on it. I didn't confirm that, but I'm very concerned that it went out and it was out for some time, because I'm told that that's 2 million a week of non-collection in no utility billings and no parking billings. That's what the AS400 controls. That's a lot of money to get behind on, 2 million a week. And yet none of that was communicated to us as a governing body. And I would like to know, how are we going to catch up with that billing? Because it was out for some time. And I understand we just got a memo that said that it's back up, but I just think it's important to know that, when this system goes down and it's not monitored, I mean, I know everybody's staying home, but we have some responsibilities here. So I would like a report, even if it's just an email, about how we're going to catch up with utility billing. And again, it affects utilities and parking. That's it. I don't have anything else to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Let's see, have I missed anybody? I think that is Counselor Maraworth, I did miss you. I apologize. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I would like to sign on, Jesse, to Councilor Rivera's resolution, I think it is, on banning fireworks. Also, I would point the governing body to our procedural rules, explanation of a vote. Any member of the governing body may make a brief statement to explain his or her vote, not to exceed 1 minute. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that research. A couple things from me. I am introducing an ordinance repealing section 20-6 relating to marijuana and marijuana paraphernalia possession. That'll go through the committee structure. I want to thank everybody who signed on to the ad that was in the New Mexican, in the Sunday paper, the full page ad, urging, pleading, making every request possible for people who have not yet gotten their vaccination to please do so if you are medically able to do it. As the ad said, do it for not just yourself, but do it for your family, do it for the people you work with, do it for the people in our community at large. Has had been noted, the Delta variant is very dangerous and very easy to pass along. And so we need to do everything we can do as a community to wear masks, to practice social distancing, to get vaccinated. The people who are in the hospital are predominantly people who have not been vaccinated. And so if you know someone who has been somewhat reticent, please urge them to take that step now. If you yourself have been slightly reticent to do it, ask your doctor, ask one of the public health officials, and get the information you need to feel comfortable with the decision that will really make a difference. What happens next is in large measure in the hands of people who have not been vaccinated. And so please take that step. Briefly, great job with the opera in the park yesterday. I was over there and saw several hundred happy families watching the opera, but first there were local musicians presenting musical performances for the enjoyment of our folks who were there. And also Southside Summer wrapped up over on Swan Park with another very successful performance. So bringing music to the South Side as well as to the bandstand. The blood drive, the Battle of the Badges, was another great event that showed the heart and soul of Santa Fe, that we care enough about each other to contribute blood. And great job by both fire and police in a friendly competition to raise blood for our community. A couple of people I'd like to recognize by name. We had a major all-star tournament at the Ron Shirley Alto Park Ballpark, and Brandon Ulibari and Rudy Romero were above and beyond the call of duty in making sure that that ball games went off with comfort for everyone who was in attendance, and showed a great deal of pride in their work and in their commitment to the public. And then for those of you who got up super early for Good Morning America, after we all left, or most of us left, I had a chance to watch Vincent Jaramillo clean up after the celebrities who had had a great time at the plaza, but didn't clean up after themselves, as celebrities often don't do. But Vincent did. I asked him what he felt about what he was doing. He said, "I'm a leader. This is how I show my leadership. I am making the plaza look great because I want others to see how much pride I take in my work." It is very, very rewarding. And rather than wait for our next council meeting, I do want to offer a remembrance to Dave McQuarrie, former member of the Mayor's Committee on Disability, who passed away after a lot of service to our community, representing people with disabilities and giving selflessly of himself to be a champion for downtown curb ramps and accessible parking. We're going to miss Dave and his contributions to our community, and we remember him in our hearts. That's all I wanted to bring. It's 11:11. I would entertain a motion to go beyond 11:30, since it seems inevitable that we're going to do that.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to suspend our 11:30 quitting time and a second from Councilor Lindell. Is there discussion? Could the clerk call the roll on that motion, please?
Yes. Counselor Cassett? Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Romero?
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Very good. Then could you take us to the next item, as you noted earlier?
Yes, Mayor. Also, Mayor, if I may, governing body members, I forgot to bring this up under matters from the city clerk, but I did want to wish Councilor Abeta a very happy birthday, as today is his birthday. So I apologize. I forgot that under matters from the city clerk.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item, which is item 10K. It's the request for approval of service agreement in the total amount of $1,444,526.87 to replace Fort Marcy roof and skylights with First Mesa Construction Incorporated. Ms. Karen Gross, our project administrator, is available for this item.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion before we go to discussion.
Move to approve.
Second,
I have a motion from Councilwoman Villarreal to approve the item and a second from Councilor Lindell. And now, Ms. Gross, I think you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. I sent around via email today to all of you the updated contract, including the exhibit showing the warranty on workmanship. The subcontractor has agreed to give us that 5-year extended warranty on workmanship at no additional cost. So this is a really great thing for us, since roof workmanship warranties usually run 1 to 2 years. Hopefully you're happy with the text that we included in the contract pertaining to that, and we can move forward with this very necessary project.
Thank you. And I did notice the information you provided earlier, so thank you for doing that. Questions about this? I don't see any hands going up. If there are no questions, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on this item, please?
Yes, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell.
yes, and thank you, Karen.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth. Councilor Romero Worth.
Councilor Romero Worth?
Yes,
Thank you.
sorry. I'm.
Councilor Vihil Coppler.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes, and thanks, Karen, for patiently waiting. We should have had you at the beginning of the agenda.
Councilor Beta. Oh, sorry. Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, Mayor, I do want to note that we've already done petitions from the floor, so we're moving to item 20, which is appointments. Item 20A is appointment of our city historian, Colleen Kamayama, excuse me, our Arts Commission Division Director is available for this item if necessary. The appointment is for Valerie Rangel. The appointment would be with a term ending in June of 2022.
Approve.
Motion to approve from
Second.
Councilwoman Villarreal and a second from Councilor Romero Worth. Is there discussion? Could the clerk call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes,
Councilor Vihil Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes,
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. 20B, please.
Yes, item 20B is for the city's poet laureate, Daryl Wellington, with the recommended appointment with a term expiring in June of 2022. And I believe Rod Lambert is available for this item if necessary.
Thank you. Motion to approve from
second.
Councilwoman Villarreal and a second from Councilor Romero Worth. Is there discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll on this appointment, please?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Would you take us to 20C, please?
Yes, item 20C is to appoint members to the Airport Advisory Board. There are two appointments, one for Kevin Egan. It's a reappointment with a term ending in February of 2024. The second is for Randall Limbacher. It's an appointment with term expiring in February of 2024.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Counselor Garcia moved to approve, and Counselor, I believe, was that Counselor Cassett I heard? No?
I have Counselor Vihel Coppler on the
Counselor
second.
Vihel Coppler. Okay, thank you. Counselor Rivera, do you want to address this? This is your a board I know you work very hard on, and you may want to say something about this at this time.
No, Mayor, just one, the reappointment, and Mr. Lindbacher's a new appointment. He has a lot of experience, and I think will have a significant impact on the advisory board.
Thank you, Counselor. Other discussion, questions? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
The appointments have been approved.
thank you. Thank you very much. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is our public hearing. It's consideration of bill number 2021-14. This bill is sponsored by Councilor Lindell and Mayor Weber. It's an ordinance amending section 23-6.2 SFCC 1987 to remove the 6-month minimum lease duration for the sale and consumption of alcohol on city property. Randy Randall, our tourism Santa Fe Executive Director, Rich Brown, our Economic Development Director, and Jesse Gann, our Legislative Liaison, I believe are available for this item if necessary, Mayor.
Thank you. I think since it is a public hearing, I think I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Randall to give us a presentation or guide us through it with the participation of others as appropriate, and then open to public testimony and come back to the governing body for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and governing body. The purpose of this would be to extend the availability of city property for the sale of alcohol for outdoor dining on contiguous property to a licensed premises, and make it where the 6-month minimum is not a requirement. And that is the major component of this. I'd like to point out that the restaurants have to comply with all other rules and restrictions that will be placed on them. Those have been rather lax, if you will, due to COVID. But once the COVID emergency is no longer in effect, the restaurant will have to be able to have the sufficient number of restrooms required and any other rules that would apply. They'll also be paying fair market value for the space, so that it is not a giveaway, but it is a way that we can continue the outdoor dining that most people, not all, but most people have felt was a real addition to what the city had to offer, not only for visitors to the city, but for its residents. And finally, I'd like to point out there's the the issue of using space that events have typically used. And this year, we're working through those with events, and we'll certainly have discussions with events as to any locations, and we'll ensure that there's proper communication within our departments to avoid a couple of conflicts that we've run into this year. So that is the basis of this, Mr. Mayor, and I'd stand for any questions.
Let's go to public testimony, and then we'll come back to the governing body for questions and a motion. If there's anyone in the attendee room who came to testify on this public hearing, now is the time to raise your hand to indicate you're interested in speaking on this public hearing item. Madam Clerk, can you see if there are any hands raised?
Yes, Mayor, there are no hands raised for this item.
Okay, if there are, this is sort of want to make it clear, this is the chance to testify if that's what you came for. But if not, I would then open the floor to questions from the governing body or entertain a motion if there is an interest in making such a motion. Councilor Villa-Coppler, you have the floor. I think you're muted, Councilor.
Sorry,
Randall?
Mayor. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Mayor, Councilor Villa-Coppler. I just would like to officially close the public hearing before
If
Councilor Villa-Coppler speaks. So I see no hands. There is nobody who wishes to testify at this time. And then we will close the public hearing, and Councilwoman Villa-Coppler has the floor.
Thank you for the guidance. Councilor Villa-Coppler, followed by Councilor Garcia.
Thank you. This was discussed at our last Economic Development Advisory Committee too. So Mr. Randall, you are familiar probably with some of the questions, comments that came up. But I wanted to ask, is this, if we approve this, then this goes on into perpetuity?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villa-Coppler, it would be an existing ordinance for the city, and it would go on until it was changed.
Okay, so there is no sunset date on this. So one of the concerns that was expressed was, are we setting precedent for, and are we being fair to other businesses, especially around the plaza, that may want to have an opportunity to apply to use the street for their businesses, even though, of course, this is geared toward alcohol. But are we? I think we have to be cognizant that other businesses also want to make money and do those things that are important to them. And so, was there any consideration for any precedents that we might set here, and under what circumstances would we be able to say no? We as a governing body would say no. And that,
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villa-Coppler, as you pointed out, I think this ordinance specifically relates to the sale of alcohol on city property. And it does not necessarily contemplate other types of businesses using city property, but it's not to suggest that the governing body couldn't allow that to happen through another ordinance as well.
well, I think one of the things that the Economic Development Committee discussed was, are we giving preference to some businesses over others by being so generous with city property and alcohol? And we are interested in promoting all our businesses, and we're interested in having them do their best because we collect gross receipts And, you know, in essence, you know, it's good for us to have all the businesses just, you know, having great success, because it contributes to us in our gross receipts. So this ordinance change seems to favor, you know, some businesses over others. And I mean, that was just a concern because economic development wants all businesses to succeed. So that was a concern that was raised. And then the other thing that was important is that we are taking up space that our markets, you know, we just had Spanish market and then now Indian markets coming up. There's valuable space there that, you know, some of these booths are not going to be able to happen. And I do understand there's some discontent about that. And I know that you said you're working with them. So I want to know, what is it that's being arranged? What, and is there some good negotiation going on where we can have a win-win on this?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Viejo-Koppler, I think we always want to strive for a win-win. There's absolutely no question about that. I think there's an ability for us to find other space that could be added to the current markets that would get them a really a net zero loss of any booth space. I know for a fact that there's space that has typically been used by Indian Market that is not being used this year. The whole street in front of La Fonda up to their parking garage where you access off of Cathedral Place is not being used, and it could have been used. So I think that there are definitely ways that we can work with the events on a win-win, so that it's good for our businesses that are here all the time, and it's good for our events, who certainly bring a great deal of value to the community. Santa Fe is a city of events, and it's a very important part of of our brand to have these events, both for our residents and for our visitors. So I absolutely am convinced that we can work with events if they're willing to work with us, of course.
Well, I think some booths are losing their space that they're accustomed to, and when you offer someone the choice of having a booth around the plaza or being up there by the cathedral, you can bet, you know, what choice they're going to have. So I think that's some of the issue, is that, you know, it's been customary that certain spaces, you know, people get certain spaces for these markets that they're accustomed to. And, you know, both Spanish market and especially Indian market are big revenue generators. And, you know, if this is going to go on into perpetuity until it's changed, then it just seems to me that I'm not sure. I really just want to know, how are you going to solve this? You haven't really said, except to offer them a space somewhere else. And so maybe that's the best you can do.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Viejo-Koppler, I really, if obviously two entities can't occupy the same space at the same time. So if we want to look at the ongoing benefit of outdoor dining, there may have to be a few adjustments, but I think that the number that are being dislocated is few, and I just, it's part of what we have to do. But I think the key thing is to make sure that our events can operate at full capacity, and that they can continue to be as successful for themselves and for us. As you point out, they bring in a lot of traffic to our city. I've already stated they're a very important part of our brand, and I hope outdoor dining becomes just as important part of our brand as well.
Well, okay, so now that we have these streets crowded up with this, and then we have our markets, has the fire department, I mean, can they get fire trucks through there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, yes, there's a 20-foot fire lane that is provided, and both the fire chief and the fire marshal have met with us, met with the events, met with everyone, and yes, there is no health or safety issue that we're aware of.
And so you mentioned fair market value. That's pretty high price if you're really talking about fair market value for real estate, albeit a cordoned off piece of property on the street. What is fair market value? How much are these people going to pay?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, I don't believe that that has been determined yet. I know that a discussion with one restaurant went on. They were very open to provide the amount of revenue they were able to generate by having the added space. And they were more than willing to pay the same percentage of that revenue as their rent is in their other space. So it's going to have to be calculated and determined, but I don't believe that there is a specific price that has been determined yet.
Okay, so fair market value isn't really what it is. This sounds like what the customer is willing to pay is what it sounds like, not fair market value. And what's negotiated. So, I mean, I know the value of real estate. The closer you get to the plaza, the higher it is, whether it's rent or whether it's, for sale property. The other big complaint I've received is that the public has lost, because when these restaurants opened, the public lost patio seating. We're just, you can go downtown and maybe buy a Frito pie and sit down at the patio table and enjoy it. And these patio tables are chained up over there at the Genevieve Chavez Center. So what are we doing for people who are not drinking and eating at these extended restaurants? What are we doing for our regular public who want to go down there and have enough tables for them to sit at? And why are those patio tables, don't they fit too? I mean.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, I was not aware that they didn't put out as many patio tables as they normally have. There's certainly room, not only in front of the bank and the other parts of Lincoln, but there's room over across the way as well. So I was not aware of that. I'd certainly agree with you. I think that I do know for a fact that at one point, one of the restaurants was actually serving people on our tables, and that was corrected. That was they were not allowed to continue to do that. But I totally agree.
I think they took those tables to Genevieve Chavez. Now, they did bring some of them back, but there's still tables over there chained up. So
I will certainly check with Parks as to why they've done that.
I think that would be important.
Yep. Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Randy, for sticking with us throughout this long evening. I know you and I have had some conversations on this, and this particularly pertains to the establishments serving alcohol, but I think it, as you and I agreed, there's broader discussion that needs to happen in regards to this. So in regards to our current city ordinance, 23-5.2, plaza uses, events, allowed uses. There are 8 times throughout the year where those particular events are allowed to use the plaza. And as you and I've discussed, and I think Councilor Vihel-Coppler alluded to it in some of her comments, were how some of the establishments are now taking over space of some of these established markets, which is causing some concern of these markets. I completely agree with these markets that they should be given the priority, given that this is an ordinance predating this ordinance in front of us. And you spoke earlier of win-win. I completely agree. Let's look for a win-win middle ground on this. And I would like for us, and if we put it in this ordinance, it should be as simple as anybody that is affected by 23-5.2 will have to recede their business during these 8 time periods throughout the year that are already established in city code, which are Challenge New Mexico Arts and Crafts Show, 4th of July Pancake Breakfast, Spanish Market, Contemporary Hispanic Market, Santa Fe Girls Inc. Art and Craft Show, Indian Market, Santa Fe Fiesta Labor Day Arts and Crafts Market, and the Santa Fe Fiesta. I completely agree. I think this has been successful in regards to extending outdoor dining, but we also have to hold and honor the commitment we've made with this city code previously. And that's where the middle ground would come in, that should these establishments want to now take advantage of this new opportunity to expand their storefronts, they do so with the notification and intention that 8 times a year, they're going to have to recede because these events predate their establishment hitting the streets. And so I think that's, I would like to entertain a motion to include that. I've spoken with the Contemporary Hispanic Market Executive Director, the Indian Market Executive Director, and they are very concerned in regards to losing their space. And this is space that they've operated for decades. And it doesn't have to be a lose-lose. It can be a win-win in the sense, anytime besides these 8 times throughout the year, these establishments can extend and utilize this new opportunity, or potentially any opportunities. I know that there's, the establishment on Lincoln that was actually causing some concern for folks, because that particular establishment, from my understanding, was selling breakfast burritos and whatnot. And it to me, we need to work together in this instance. As we're looking to promote our economy, we also have to remember we have these traditions that people come from all over the world to participate in. And if we begin to push people from the center of our city, the heart of our city, the plaza, to the outskirts, we're ultimately, I don't believe we're honoring those traditions that we've set in city code. So I guess maybe this is a question for the city attorney, or I don't know how we would go about this, but how would we incorporate language to allow for this type of use, except for these 8 times a year that is already established in city code?
Mr. Martinez?
Councilor Garcia, members of the governing body. I'm looking at the bill right now, and I guess I wonder, I haven't been attending the other committee meetings, but I do note that under subsection C of the bill, which appears on page 2, it notes that the governing body may approve by resolution the sale and consumption of alcohol at all other locations on city property except within the plaza, as defined by subsection 23-5.1S. And so I wonder if that was already intended to kind of indicate a conflict resolution provision, in which case those Plaza Park events would already have priority. In other words, it would take an ordinance to allow consumption of use of alcohol in the park plaza.
So quick question for you, Mr. Martinez, given that this is already an approved ordinance, how can we go against it in that sense? How can we allow for the use of the space when ordinance that predates it has already allowed for the space to be utilized, to be reserved? You see what I mean? How could they be double booked when it's already been booked through ordinance previously? So I'm thinking the ordinance in front of us wouldn't be afforded that opportunity in that sense.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilor Garcia. Generally, courts utilize various principles in interpreting a conflict between two statutes or ordinances that touch upon the same subject. In this case, they would often say that the specific ordinance would control over the general. This ordinance on plaza uses appears to be more specific to me than this general ordinance. And so on an initial reading, I would say that the plaza uses would control over any kind of general permission to use city property.
Okay, so quick question there, because right what you said, Marcos, it didn't necessarily pertain to, let's say, for example, the most recent one was Spanish Market, where Spanish Market had requested that certain locations be removed because it would be obstructing current space. And I can't remember who made the decision to deny that request. They didn't honor the Spanish Market's request. I'd have to go back and look. So was that then a wrong decision? Then the business should have said, look, the plaza uses supersedes in this general ordinance.
Councilor Garcia, I would be hesitant to second guess what someone else had done. It might not be how I would approach the problem. I see the conflict that you're highlighting here, and one way to address it would be through some additional specific language. I do think that the ordinance appears to already contemplate the plaza uses based on that reference in the bill, which actually indicates existing language that's already on the books. So perhaps the person was not familiar with this section of the code that to my mind gives a preference, or it does not allow the governing body to, by resolution, authorize alcohol sale within the plaza.
So I'm perplexed then. So does this ordinance not allow, where does that put us at then? I mean, if it doesn't, it's not in alignment with our current city code, and it was ultimately passed by us, does that mean it's invalid? I mean, I'm trying to figure out the direction, because ultimately, Marcos, I think you understand the kind of end game I want to try to get at. As I was mentioning, a win-win. I'm completely agree. Let's look at how we continue this economic opportunity for our restaurants. But on the flip side, we've got to honor the ordinance that's been established for decades, and we want to continue to honor that commitment to these particular markets and festivals. So how do we meet that middle ground to where those spaces that are occupied throughout potentially the remainder of the year, but during those 8 time periods throughout the year, they ultimately have to recede their business back to their original storefront and not be on city property?
Councilor Garcia, unfortunately, I don't have the benefit of much of the dialogue that's already happened. I could offer that the permission that the governing body gives to any particular user would be subject to any pre-existing uses that were already authorized by ordinance, for example. So that could be written into any particular permit. That would be one approach, and it would have the benefit of being flexible and adaptable to case-by-case situations. It is possible to draft that language into the ordinance. It hasn't been done at this point in time. So I think there are probably multiple ways to resolve the potential for conflict.
Okay, because I do think that what's in front of us, definitely there's a conflict, and we should address the conflict before we move forward and say, well, let's just address it with another resolution or ordinance amendments. I think that opens up too much opportunity for nothing to happen and too much challenges to be encountered in the future. I think we should get this right before we pass this. And so if that means holding off on this and incorporating and figuring out where the conflict is, and that way we're not butting up ordinances against each other and creating confusion for the community, we need to get it done right. I understand last year we were in the pandemic and we were quickly pivoting to try to help out and spur economic growth and activity. But as as mentioned in Councilor Vigil Coppler's comments, this is something that is going to be in perpetuity forever until we pull it back or whatnot. And I think let's get it done right. So I'm going to relinquish the floor, but I want to come back to a question, or actually I want to make a motion to postpone the decision on this to the next governing body meeting to allow for motion to postpone supersedes Councilor Lindell. I would make a motion to postpone the decision on this until our next governing body meeting to fully understand how the conflict between the two ordinances, this one and ordinance our Code of Ordinances 23-5.2 plaza uses, events, and allowed uses, because I strongly believe we need to get this done right. If we saw this much challenges this summer, and I think Randy said, well, only a little are being dislocated this summer. Well, this summer doesn't really count in the sense we're barely even touching normal. We all have been downtown during these markets. I'm surprised to hear that there's not going to be enough vendors on San Francisco Street between the plaza and Cathedral Place. I mean, there was a couple during Spanish Market this year, and we all know pre-COVID, the plaza was packed with every space allowed with these booths. And I think we don't want to put ourselves in a predicament where, again, like I said, 5-10 years, the plaza, the heart of our city for these markets, booths aren't going to be down there because they've been taken over by different spaces. And I think we ultimately need to figure this out and get it done right. As I mentioned, a lot of the market executive directors are very, very concerned about this. And I think we all need to work together to ensure we're all working together and to make sure we are at a win-win. So with that, I present that motion to postpone this for 2 weeks to fully understand the conflict of these two ordinances.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Vigil Coppler has seconded Councilor Garcia's motion to postpone to a time specific, 2 weeks, to work on the issues he raised. Is there discussion on the motion to postpone?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I guess I'll need to make a clarification on my motion. Postpone to the next governing body meeting. I'm thinking it's Wednesday and we're having to, just given our kind of schedules off. So postpone to the next governing body meeting.
Thank you for the clarification. Right. It is not, in fact, Wednesday tonight. And we have a second. Is there discussion of this motion? Councilor Vigil Coppler, your hand is up.
Yes, that would be August 11th. Is that correct? And then if it is, which I think it is, Mr. Martinez, is that enough time to, you think, review the inconsistencies here and propose something new?
Yes, I mean, I would say that I don't want to, I'm hesitant to be the cause of any additional delay, and because of that, I would want to endeavor to try to meet the next possible deadline if that's where the direction of the governing body.
Thank you. And then just a bit of discussion. I support this because I think it's important to do everything we can to create a win-win situation here. And the other thing, I think we need not take for granted these markets. They can go elsewhere if they choose. We don't want to, we want to work together because we don't want them to pick up and go to another city or move down the road, whatever the case may be. And so I think we need to tread lightly, and I think we need to work very, very hard for a compromise that hopefully, everyone can agree to. It's really important. I mean, there's nothing that says these markets have to stay here. And if you look back in other cities, there has been movement where they've just picked up and gone. And I think it's really important to keep all of the good things that we have in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a both and situation, and I'm fine with the delay if we want to figure out if there's a conflict in the language. I also want to say that there's businesses that spend a considerable amount of money to set up those outdoor eating spaces. And if it wasn't for those eating spaces, they probably wouldn't have made it through COVID. And I've heard that from them, how important this is. So I just feel like there needs to be a both and compromise so that we can make sure that the markets get the space they need, and that if people, businesses are spending a considerable amount of money, that we need to make sure that if they put that infrastructure in place and those concrete barriers, and they're going to have to remove them, or if it's even possible, what that means for them too, expense wise. So I don't know where, I know we have this language to clarify that's the legal aspect, but I also want us to consider these points of the businesses themselves, and how much they've put into making these adjustments to try to keep their businesses afloat. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else? I concur. I think we've got very, very legitimate concerns on all parts of this conversation. Obviously, these prior users are significant contributors, not just to our economy, but to the brand, as Randy said, the brand, the identity, the reason Santa Fe gets recognized as one of the 100 coolest places on earth. And at the same time, if we're asking restaurants and food and alcohol providers to make an investment and a capital investment that is significant and dresses up the plaza, makes it more fun on an ongoing basis, presents a kind of a new aspect of our street activity, we need to recognize that that's a capital cost that doesn't easily get rolled back or receded into a simple roll it up and put it away for a weekend. So it's really worth talking through how we can make everybody who has an interest in Santa Fe's vitality and economic activity, as well as just the sense of place that is so critical to the plaza as the heart of our community, work that through to the satisfaction of all parties. It's a very important conversation to have and to continue to have, because it's not fair to suggest that Randy hasn't already been working on this. He has been. Councillor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is definitely a very interesting conversation. And it sounds like there's still some more information potentially that we need to look at. But one piece that I want to look at is it said that the establishments would need to receive necessary approvals from Alcoholic Beverage Control Division of New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department. And so right now I'm making sure that I'm understanding everything correctly, especially since it's so late at night. And Christine, Madam Director, Clerk Bustos Malzek, as I call you, I do believe this question might be for you. So right now we have alcoholic licensing approvals through October 31st, correct? And so then they would have to apply for for an extension of that license, correct?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett Sanchez, that is correct. The businesses right now are operating with a temporary expansion permit that is granted through the end of October.
Okay, and then do you have any insight into this process and what this discussion is looking like at the state level?
Mayor, Counselor Cassett Sanchez, I have been in discussion with the alcohol control division as we've been working through many of these expansions. It's my understanding that they did not anticipate approving expansion permits past October, that this was really done in light of COVID and helping some of these businesses survive. I don't know if Mr. Randy Randall, Director Randy Randall has had any additional discussions or not with the alcohol control beverage division, but that was my understanding for some of these. And I know the discussion has come up given, as Councilwoman Villarreal mentioned, the substantial investment that some of the restaurants have made into these expansions. But Director Randy Randall, I'll let you, I don't know if you've had any discussions with this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett. The temporary expansion for alcohol service does end the end of October. But what a facility would have to do is they'd have to have a lease from the city, and then they can go into and get to ABC and actually apply for and get a change in their footprint where alcohol is served. It has to be contiguous. So that's the key thing. That's what makes really there really are no other restaurants that could expand out into the plaza the way the two are on Lincoln currently. And so it's contiguous space, and they would apply for, and ABC would approve an expansion of their footprint and allow them to continue to serve alcohol out there. So it wouldn't be temporary; it would be a permanent change.
Right, yeah, I understand that. I was just kind of questioning the interaction between what was going on at the state with the pandemic piece, and really, you know, would this be something that restaurants would be interested in if the state decides not?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, the ABC director has indicated to me that they are actually very interested in continuing this outdoor dining. They think it's great. In Santa Fe, it's happened some in Albuquerque, and it's down in Las Cruces. And so they're very interested in it expanding as well.
Okay, that's interesting. And then with their interest in expanding, you know, we also have, so we have like a couple different locations that it's occurring in. There's some where it's, you know, more into the street. We have some that are parking spaces. Would we be looking, you know, are they interested in expanding into these parking spaces permanently as well? Are we interested in expanding into parking spaces as well? I suppose that's what we're talking about.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I think the use of the parklets is something that the restaurants would like to continue to use. And frankly, it's a little easier for them to incorporate because they won't run into the issues of you know, for X number of seats, you have to have a X number of restrooms, and they won't have that issue. But you start adding 40 or 50 seats on a permanent basis, and they do run into some facility issues. So the parklets will actually be easier, I think, for restaurants to continue than the two major restaurants that are using the larger space on Lincoln.
Okay, and we're really focusing, I mean, our conversation's really focusing on the downtown area. I apologize. There's kind of new thoughts and questions that are coming up in the moment. So I apologize if they're not quite fully formed. But this would be something that could potentially, you know, impact other areas. And I know that in the past we've looked at requirements for number of parking spaces for specific developments. So would those still be in place? So they would not be able to expand into a parklet into a parking space, assuming that that would take away the number of required spaces in a certain area, correct?
Mr.
Am I
Mayor,
understanding
Council-
this correctly?
Yeah, I think that really, from what I understand in my discussions with the land use director, is it's really more, that applies more to where people are using private property, but moving out into their parking lots. If they do that, then yes, they are consuming potential parking that they need for their permits. So the parklet, I don't think really, because those restaurants really don't have any parking that they control anyway. And so there's sufficient parking in the area. Now, they can't move in if it's a handicap place, for example, but I don't think the parklets would have the same issue that using parking spaces or a restaurant that provides all of its own parking. It might then need an extra parking space or two in the event it used ground that maybe isn't parking.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Director Randall. I appreciate it. And thank you, Christine, as well. No further questions right now.
Thank you, Counselor. And I see Counselor Vihel-Coppler's hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, and this may have been covered some time ago and it escapes me. We have Lincoln around the plaza closed, for summer activities, and then at a certain point, it opens up. So are we going to open up that section of Lincoln to cars?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, it usually opens up in the latter part of October, and it was my understanding that it probably would again, but that isn't my decision.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing expected here that we're going to close that section around the plaza, because the only one is permanently closed is Palace. And so I think the public would want to know that, there's still going to be a section, that section would reopen in a timely fashion when it normally does. Because these restaurants, are they expecting the city to keep that street closed? And I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Counselor. Is there other comments? We have a motion to postpone till the, I guess it's the 11th that is the actual date for this, would be the date for resuming this hearing. Any other discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion to postpone?
Yes. Counselor Beta,
No.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. We do have some work to do to clarify some of these questions that were raised tonight, and very, very helpful to see how we can try to make it, as everybody suggested, a successful outcome that respects all parties who have an interest. I appreciate that. Madam Clerk, any other items tonight?
No, Mayor, that is it. We can adjourn.
Thank you very much. In that case, it is 12:07 and we are adjourned for the evening. Thank you, everybody.